Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Football Heritage TV. I'll tell you what I should do before I do anything. There we go. Let's get all the signs in the right place. A good afternoon to you from where I am at 12:10 on this lovely Sunday, the 2nd of February. Tottenham Hotspur, not only are we playing, we've signed a player. I kid you not. As you all know, we have signed Kevin Danso from Lens. So this is going to be interesting. We will talk about this. We will talk about it. He may have been the 400th choice. Some are saying he was our first choice, but Daniel Levy was too tight to pay the 30 million that was asked for him. But we will get to all that. Tottenham are playing away at one of the toughest away grounds in England this season. And that is, of course, the G-Tech Community Stadium with Brentford, who are third in the table for home form. Not saying they've not lost there, but they do tend to score a lot of goals at home, and they do have a lot of threat. Tottenham, of course, we've got Mickey van der Ven back. How fit is he going to be? We only saw 45 minutes of him the other day. And let's be fair, he didn't have anything to do. Today, you get the feeling those hamstrings might be stretched just a little bit. So Van der Ven's back. Kevin Danso's through the door. We had Tell reject us. Tamori reject us. Yesterday, we went 16th in the table. It has all been happening without a single Spurs ball being kicked in the last 3 days. So let me get to you lot. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're well. Look, we'll get to the score predictions a bit later. I'm going to have Lubo will be joining me in about 20-25 minutes or so for all the build up to the game. I'll, of course, do the watch along on my own. And then we've got the Spurs review tonight at 7:30 p.m. Let's get a tiny bit of light. There we go. Tiny bit of light in. Oh, does that make a difference? Oh, there we go. We will then have the Spurs review tonight at 7:30 p.m. It's going to be myself, Lubo, Johnny Tottenham, and I've got a couple of others I've got 3 or 4 that are maybe. So I'm hoping 1 or 2 of them will land and join us for 7:30 p.m. Hopefully they'll be joining us as we talk about a win. I do think as well, I've seen a lot of people saying VDV's back will definitely win. I do think these people don't understand hamstring injuries. It's going to take a bit of time for him to get back to where he was. And we've seen this in the past. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And let's settle down now. 12 minutes past 12. It is match day. There's some other games going on today as well, by the way. In the Premier League, Man United, who kick off at the same time as Spurs, playing Crystal Palace. Man United have just loaned out Marcus Rashford to Aston Villa. Aston Villa paying, I believe someone said today it was like 230,000 of his 350,000 weekly wages. Let that sink in. These people get paid that a week. On YouTube, I only get 100k a week. So I've got to catch up with them guys. And of course, I jest. You got Man United versus Crystal Palace. 2 clubs, by the way, that are immediately above us in the table. Obviously, Everton took us yesterday, but Palace are 3 points above us. Man United are 5 points above us. If Man United win today and we don't, they will be 8 points clear of Tottenham, which is crazy because when you think that Ruben Amorim took over, they were below us. So, big day today. Really, really big day for Tottenham Hotspur. We're going to look at the form tables, which don't make good reading. We're going to talk Kevin Danso. And let me say hello to a few of you. And I won't be able to say hello to everyone because there are already 335 of you in here. So as always, I won't go on about it, but please do smash that like button before we do anything. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do, as we are closing in on 16,500 after hitting 16k last week. So it's been quite a good progression on the channel lately. And then the third game today, and people keep asking if I'm doing a watch along for it. I am not. By the way, is Arsenal at home to Manchester City. Manchester City, who I believe are top of the form table at the moment. Arsenal need to win just to keep themselves afloat with Nottingham Forest and and Liverpool. So that should be a very good game. And I'm not doing a watch along on that because I've got this show that will run till about 4:30. That's 4.5 hours. And then I've got the 2-hour Spurs review tonight, 6.5 hours. I'm not chucking in another 2-hour watch along in the middle of that. It's the quickest way to get divorced and the quickest way for me to lose my eyesight from looking at a screen too long. Big up to Randint, who said, "Hi, Savva. Love your vids. Love from Singapore. I feel bad for you at the hate comments and emails." Mate, don't worry about me. I've been getting these hate comments for years. It's absolutely fine. Used to worry me. Now I just think, ugh, who cares? It's funny because whenever I see people out and about that recognize me, they're always very nice. There's no one that actually comes up to you and says, "You see you, I hate you." It's easy to do it online. But thank you very much for the comment. You twerking again? Phil has said, big up to Phil Coys, has said, "Danso isn't homegrown, was only at MK Dons a year and Southampton a year. You need to be playing in England for 3 years." Yeah, I've seen a few debates going on in the last sort of 12 hours about Danso, homegrown, not homegrown. At the moment, I think the key thing is, and we are going to talk about Danso now, the key thing for me is that we've got a good centre-back through the door. Now, I'm going to put this out there right now before we talk about Danso properly. I'm a fan of Danso. I think he's a good, solid centre-back. Now, you know me. I'm not going to do what all these other channels do and go, "Oh, my God, he's perfect for Ange Ball." I've already seen certain people make videos this morning about why this is the greatest signing Spurs could have made. Listen, good centre-back. Got a lot of time for him. Yeah, he's got a lot of positives. Yeah, a few negatives, but don't all footballers have positives and negatives? Don't all human beings have some positives and negatives? My big question mark, and some of you will hate this, some of you will agree. My question mark isn't Danso. It's not how good is he. I think he's a good centre half. My question is, are we going to play to his strengths, or are we going to see another centre back that's exposed because of Ange's tactics? Now, listen, you all know my feelings. You all know my feelings on this. So I'm going to ask you. I'm not going to sit here and bleat about my feelings on it. Brandon, yes, Messi has no negatives as a footballer. Brandon, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to use Lionel Messi as the benchmark for all footballers, then no one's got any hope at all, have they? I mean, Brandon, I'll put it out there right now. Lionel Messi is the greatest footballer I've ever seen, ever. I feel like he's just superb at absolutely everything. But we're not here to talk about Lionel Messi. We're here to talk about Kevin Danso. So let's have a look at what happened. I mean, last night I got in at about 10:30, 11:45, and I looked at my WhatsApp and went, "Oh, we've signed a player." And I always have to ask people and go, "Sorry, is this real?" Like, you know what I mean? Like when Spurs sign a player. But yes, it was real. Then I had loads of people going, "Go live, go live." Guys, I can't just go live at any minute of any day. Like, it's just not quite how it works. But listen, I seem to have started a Lionel Messi conversation in the chat, and I didn't mean to, but sod it. What a great footballer he is. So good afternoon. Good morning to all of you. I won't be able to get to all your comments. I do apologize. There are already 450 of you in here and growing, only 90 likes. So let's get that straight away to 200 people. It's like paying YouTubers, smashing that like button, by the way. And it's absolutely free. For anyone that hasn't subscribed, please do. We are creeping up towards that 16,500. Do you know what? Just quickly before we go to Kevin Danso, isn't it funny that whenever you mention Messi, somebody has to mention Ronaldo as though they're joined at the hip? And for years, it's baffled me, right? Like whenever people talk about Messi or Ronaldo, what they do is, rather than people going, "Oh my God, aren't they both sensational?" What people do, and I'm not saying you, but what people do is they go, Lionel Messi's good, but he can't do X, Y, Z what Ronaldo can, and each way. And I always think these are the two greatest footballers we've seen for 20, 25 years in the world. I'm not sure why you want to compare them. Look, they're both brilliant. They've both had stellar careers. They've both done everything. And obviously, Ronaldo's not won the World Cup, but they've both done so much in football. And all I do know is this. There is no one in world football right now fit to lace either of their boots. There aren't even two players you can add together that will equal a Messi or a Ronaldo. So, look, at the end of the day, let's not worry about Messi versus Ronaldo, two of the greatest footballers that ever graced a football pitch. Each to their own, right? Each to their own. Listen, Kevin Danso, let's see what happened. So first and foremost, this was the message we got from Fabrizio Romano yesterday. And he said, Kevin Danso to Tottenham. Here we go. Agreement in place for the Austrian centre-back. A 25 million euro package. That is 20.9 million British pounds, by the way. That is 20 million pounds. The deal until June of 2030 and a medical booked on Sunday after Wolves had verbally had a verbal agreement in place and a medical booked. Hijack completed. Now, off the back of that, we do know that this is a loan with an obligation to buy. So let's clear that up straight away. This is a loan with an obligation to buy. I don't need to explain to everybody what that means. What it means for the first team is we've got some centre-backs. What that means for me is that now we can no longer be sitting there going, oh, but Ange hasn't got any players. But Ange hasn't got centre-backs. He didn't want centre-backs. He's now been forced to get another one. The big question for me is, when they're all fit, what's this guy going to do? Because I like Kevin Danso. And also, does this open up the possibility of going to a back three? Now, most sensible managers would try that. This manager isn't very sensible. But the Boomverser said, Kevin Danso can't play in any cups or today, so what's the point? I mean, what's the point? I mean, there's a lot of point because today's not the last game of the season. If today was the last game of the season, yes, but there was a lot of football to play. There's a lot of football. We needed a centre-back. I like this guy. Listen, I'm not saying he's the perfect player, but I do think that he is a very, very good athlete. It's all going to be about how does Ange play him, because we've already seen him make Van der Ven and Romero look very ordinary with these tactics. So let's see. When we're saying Spurs fans getting excited over a Wolves hijack, I do feel that, I mean, this is slightly disingenuous if we're going to be brutally honest about this. This is a guy that Juve wanted. This is a guy that Roma tried to sign him last year and he failed a medical due to, I believe there was an issue with his heart. Somebody in the chat will correct me if that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure there was an issue when he did the medical for Roma. I'm sure there was an issue with his heart. But when we're saying, a Wolves hijack, listen, let's be brutally honest. If I said to you right now, we want Gomez from Wolves, you would all say yes, right? We want Matheus Cunha from Wolves. Yeah, we want Cunha. So just because a player was going to a club, by the way, Wolves are the position immediately below us in the league table. I think we need to give our heads a little bit of a wobble to realize what a shit show we're in. We're talking about Wolves as though we're top four of the Premier League. We are not. And I'm going to bring up the league table in a minute. By the way, Chris, big up to you. Yes, he can play against Liverpool. They've just got to make sure they get the paperwork done before then. I believe it's work permits, etc. But there shouldn't be an issue with that. It's 4 days away, right? There shouldn't be an issue with that. So I fully expect to see Danso in the starting lineup, probably alongside Mickey van der Ven on Thursday night. What a game to be blooded into. What a way. Welcome to Spurs. We're playing Liverpool at Anfield in a cup semi-final. Chris has said, correct, it is a heart problem. So was banned by the Italian. Yes. Okay. I'm pretty sure I saw something about that. Maybe the Spurs project. Sorry, this player's not been bought in any sort of project, mate. This player's been bought because we were absolutely panicking. Don't you worry about that, Reezy. This is a player, by the way, that Daniel Levy turned down in the first week of the window because he was going to cost 30 million and not 20. Let that sink in. I know people like Reezy don't like facts. This is nothing to do with a project. Anyway, let's see what happened after that. So we did then get the official. From Tottenham official saying we are delighted to announce the signing of Kevin Danso on loan from League side RC Lens, subject to international clearance and a work permit. So Spurs announcing that Danso is a done deal. And Chris, that should answer your question about when he can play and work permits, etc., etc. Now, this is the question, Carlos. Carlos has said he sits on a bench as soon as Romero returns. For me, I think this would be the wrong attitude to send out. For me, if this guy comes in and does well, keep your place. I feel like we've got to get away from thinking that Van der Ven and Romero are the only two centre-halves that can play. For me, I like Danso. I think he's a good player. I would have him in my centre-back pairing. That's just me. And Carlos, I completely agree. I wasn't going to go into detail. But anyone you ask, Carlos, anyone you ask, what is the project? No one can give you an answer. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, and Swanix, yes, absolutely. It is a loan with an obligation to buy. But listen, good news. Let's see what it does. And I'll tell you what, guys and girls, absolutely needed. And let's have a little look why it's needed, shall we? I'm gonna show you this. Let me just have a quick look. So if we look at the Premier League, for the last 5 games, Tottenham Hotspur are bottom of the form table. Okay. For the last 10 games, Tottenham are 3rd bottom of the league table. And by the way, that's on goal difference. We've got as many points as Southampton and Leicester in the last 10 games. In the last 15 Premier League games, we are bottom 3 in the form table and only have more points than Southampton and Leicester. In the last 20 games, we are 16th in the form table. This is worrying reading and exactly why we need players that can come in and hit the ground running, because what we've been doing simply has not worked. Now, to back that up, let me show you this. So here is the form table for the last 6 matches. Now, you will notice that you can't see Spurs. It's hidden under my banner. That is truly atrocious. And the fact that this has not seen the manager sacked is unbelievable. But we move on. You can see there that Tottenham, 5 defeats and 1 draw from our last 6 Premier League games. If I'm not wrong, I don't think we've won in our last 7. I believe there was a game before that we didn't win as well. So, again, yesterday, I thought we actually got away with it yesterday. We saw Ipswich lose at home to Southampton, which stopped them closing the gap. Wolves won, so they put a slight bit of pressure on, but nothing that can't be sorted out if we win today. If we win today, I just don't think there's any way, shape or form that we can get relegated at all. It will be far too many points. But this is the form table over the last 6 games. You can see there, the big 3 are at the top. Cream rises, doesn't it? Man City, Liverpool, and Arsenal at the top. You can see Newcastle are flying up there, Bournemouth as well, even Palace, Everton. What a job David Moyes has done. Remember all those people who said, what will changing a manager do? I'll tell you what changing a manager does. It gets you 9 points from 12 points available. And what a good job Moyes has done. That's wins against Brighton, wins against Tottenham, and yesterday's hammering of Leicester City, by the way, who came to our ground and beat us quite easily, I might add as well. So again, when you get proper managers, when you get proper organised managers who have experience, who know how to set up, this is what you get. This is what you get, people. You get a team that are quickly rising up that table. And just to show that, let's have a look at, oh no, hang on, present, share screen. Sorry, ignore the morning chat thing. Let's have a look at the Premier League table. We can all see there. If I do that, there we go. We can all see there. This is the bottom half of the table. Tottenham are now 10 points off the top half. 10. That's a 4-game swing. For all those people that keep telling me, don't worry, I still think we'll finish top half. We are 10 points. That's 4 games. That's a 4-game swing. So, for example, whatever Brighton do now, and the reason I'm saying Brighton is because they are the team in 10th. Whatever Brighton do now, oh, hang on, who's there? What's going on? Okay, whatever Brighton do now, Spurs need to do 4 games better. So Brighton and Hove Albion have got, 14 games left. If Brighton win 4 of their last 14, just 4, Spurs need to win 8. So anybody thinking we're going to finish top half of the table, give your heads a wobble unless we go on one phenomenal run. Now, people go, oh, don't be negative. I'm not being negative. That's a fact. We would need to go on a phenomenal run to get up that table, right? Now, when you look at it, as I've said, going the other way, I can't see us being in trouble. I can't see Leicester and Ipswich getting enough points. Again, the theory that I just applied to Tottenham catching Brighton applies to Leicester and Ipswich catching Spurs. Whatever we do, if we win 4 of our last 15, I don't think we will, but if we win 4 of our last 15, then it means that Leicester City need to win 7 of their last 15, and they've only won 4 in 24. So listen, I don't think there's any chance of relegation, but what it does show you is just what a terrible, terrible job we have done this season as a manager, owner, players, director of football, scouts. It's been absolutely shocking. And at this stage, just so you know, the whole, you get to 40 points to save off relegation. We're now looking at 5 wins and a draw from our last 15 games to make that happen. So Wolves did themselves a power of good yesterday, didn't they? Getting a win against Aston Villa. So Wolves have now got a 2-point cushion, but they're by no means out of it. However, should we lose and Wolves win their next game, then you're looking at a bit of squeaky bum time, aren't you? So listen, that's the tables, that's the form tables. It doesn't make for good reading, but today, just for the moment, I want to concentrate on this. Hang on, who's at my front? Is anyone at my front door? No. So in a minute, though, by the way, at about 1:45, I will be getting a parcel delivered. So I will have to just go and let somebody in, just to give you the heads up. Anyway, back to this table. Brentford today are in 11th position. Brentford in 11th, and we are playing them. We are in 16th. Now, this is a huge game, right? This is a huge game because if Brentford win today, Brentford put themselves 10 points clear of Tottenham. Now, I get 1,000,001 Spurs fans saying to me, I wouldn't want Frank. They could go 10 points clear. Now, on the flip side, we can close that gap to 4 points. So this is a huge, huge game for Tottenham Hotspur. For me, a point is not a good result. A point is not a good result. We need wins. We haven't won for 7 Premier League games, right? Okay. When people do that, I never understand. Sure. Okay. They got 14 games. They need to win. Sure. They need to win 7 of 14. It's the same thing. So at the end of the day, this is where we're at. This is what this is where we are. Unfortunately, we can all talk about reasons why, but this is where we find ourselves. That's the reality of this situation. Lose today, and Tottenham Hotspur are rooted 16th for the Premier League. If we lose today, he has to go. I don't care that there's a cup semi-final on Thursday. I saw him yesterday talking about, players should want to come in for the project and the positive things. Yeah, the league form's not great, Not great. Not great, he said. Not great. Mate, it's absolutely diabolical. By the way, this person said, a point at Brentford with this team. Yes, but it's not in terms of where we are in the league table. We have to start picking up points. We have to start picking up points, okay? We've got to. So that's the table. That's where we are. Let me remove that 1 second. Oh, no, that's stop screen. Let's now put this one back up. Sorry, people. There we go. That's the league table. That's where we are. And that is the truth. As much as people can go, but this, but that, but, that's the reality. That's where we find ourselves. And this is the position we need to get ourselves out from. So we can talk all day long. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. 1 second. Just letting the dog in. Sorry. Did mummy go out and leave you? Oh, there we go. There we go. Sit in there. Huh? Good boy. Good boy. Lovely boy. Right. So that's where we are, unfortunately, guys and girls. As we said, positives and negatives. Positive is Danso coming in, right? Positive is Danso coming in. Negatives are that Everton won yesterday and won convincingly, didn't they? Moyes has done a wonderful job there. And again, I'll say, for all those people that say there's no point in changing manager, what does it do? Well, I'm just going to put this out there. Everton changed their manager above Spurs. West Ham changed their manager, gone above Spurs. Man United changed their manager, gone above Spurs. Are we seeing a little bit of a pattern here? For me, hey, it is what it is. We move to the Brentford game today, and we know that Radu Dragashin, of course, is. Some people are saying it's going to be April, May. Some people are saying it's a season-ending injury. We'll wait and find out what the actual answer is on that one. But what we do know is that. Hang on, here we go. I've just seen this. Radu Dragashin is set to mix. Radu Dragashin is set to miss 6 months of football. It's still not clear if it's an MCL or an ACL damage. It's still also not clear if surgery is needed. Radu might need to go under the knife next week after more tests. So just as I was speaking, there we go. So Radu Dragashin, 6 months. So you've got Van der Ven back. You've got Danso coming in from Thursday. And then you're going to have, Romero back as well. And this is not luck. When you get to this stage, this is not bad luck. You've got to ask questions. Big up to Lubo.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are we, sir?
We're good, you?
You know what? I went out yesterday. I was picked up at 12, went to the football, then went out for a friend's birthday, got in at about 10:30 at night. And you know I don't drink. I felt hungover when I woke up this morning. I'm getting old and miserable, and my body was like, oh, just, yeah. But other than that, I'm fit, and I'm in the Matchday squad.
That's pretty good. I mean, we got home about 11:15 last night. So, God, you're getting older before your time, mate. I mean, come on,
mate.
Saturday night for dinner.
Mate, I've had 23 years of abusing my body every weekend with alcohol, and now this year that I've stopped, it's kind of gone. Like, I think my body's just shutting down. Anyway, lots to talk about, Lubo. We must be the only team in the world that even when we don't play games, we've just so much to talk about. I will just let you know, I'm going to ask you a question. I will let you know in the next 5 minutes, I am expecting a package that I will have to run and open the door to get in. And by the way, I did find out yesterday that I will not be able to make the protest for the Man United game because I've got surgery that I've been waiting to have booked in on the Friday. I've got surgery on my ankle ligaments. So I've been training with Ange. So unfortunately, I will not be able to go. I only saw that it was a thing yesterday. So I'm hoping there's going to be some more. But anyway, Lubo, let's talk positive stuff. I'm going to ask you this and then I'm going to get the door. Kevin Danso, tell everyone, what's your feelings? Needed? Talk about the money situation.
Never seen him. Can't say I know anything about him. I hope that package doesn't take too long because I've got no idea what to say about Kevin Danso. He's come from Lens. I think they bought him for about €5 million, and I've been told he was Lange's first choice. Levy wouldn't pay the price. This is all information I've had. Not too sure whether it's correct, but Spurs were quoted €35 million. They wouldn't pay it. They've come back. They've heard Lens evidently need the money, and they paid a small amount and hijacked the Wolves deal. So that's where we're up to on Kevin Danso. How did Savva injure his ankle? That's one to ask. If there are any questions while Sav's away, anybody want to flash up any questions quickly that I can have a look at? Nothing to do with medical team. Knows nothing about football. I hope we're not talking about Savva's injury there. Is Savva being gelded? Not sure. Where are we? Back up to Romero and Van der Ven. Probably is, would have thought. We're just short of centre-backs at the moment, aren't we? And we can't have situations where you're putting Archie Gray in, who's a centre midfield player, into the back two. So there you go. So listen, what's the problem? Big up, no, not going to the game today. Couldn't get a ticket. Do you now start playing Gray in central midfield? Absolutely.
I can't believe I've come back and the first thing I hear you talking about is Archie bloody Gray.
Well, no, listen, there wasn't much I could say about Danso, so I asked everybody watching if there are any questions that I could answer, and they're coming up. Danso has a heart issue. What are your thoughts on that? Let me give you a quick reply, funny enough, because I asked a good friend of mine who is a doctor and to talk about heart inflammation, because it could be that. And he said inflammation is a general term that could mean a few things, really. If it's inflammation of the heart muscle itself, that's potentially dangerous, and you could be left with a permanent weakness, though often recovery is full, and that is myocarditis. If it's inflammation of the sac that the heart sits in, then this has far less potential to cause harm, and that is pericarditis. So if anybody knows what issue Danso has, there's a little insight into heart inflammation. There you go.
Well, there we go. By the way, for anyone that gives a monkeys about my ACCAs, I know a lot of people seem to care about my ACCAs.
Obviously.
This is what I've gone with. I'm more of a hopeful punt this week, Ian, than more of my actually thinking this is going to happen. I have gone for Man United to beat Palace.
Yes.
I don't know. I've gone for the odds, I've gone for Man City away at the Goons. I'm not sure I believe it, but they were 3.5 to 1.
I fancy Arsenal by literally 1-0. I fancy United 2-0, and I've got to say I fancy Brentford 2-1.
I'm going for Marmouche to unload himself onto the new scene. I've then gone for Frankfurt to beat Wolfsburg and Fiorentina to beat Genoa. That quad is 20 to 1. That's 20 to 1. I'm having that. Yeah, Lubo, look, Danso, I've seen him play. I think he's good. You know my worry with everything, Lubo. My worry isn't that Danso's a good centre-half. My worry is about how his hand's going to deploy him. My worry is about what's he going to do when everyone's fit, which is a lovely problem to have. You know, I feel that he's got the pace. He has got the pace. He's got the physicality. What I've seen of him is he loves a tackle, which is always a positive for a centre-half. But sometimes, just sometimes, a little bit clumsy, which is kind of a prerequisite to play in the Tottenham Hotspur team. But it's a positive, right? It's a good thing. By hook or crook, no matter how we got him, it's a positive that we've added an experienced centre-half to the ranks.
Sure. Extra body, can't help. You can't help, can't hurt, and will help.
Or can't help.
We'll find out. Who knows with our team? But listen, we're desperately short. They should have had players ready to come in 1st of Jan. Again, it's a complete shit show from our recruitment team. And I think it just shows you where we are as a club at the moment. People don't see Spurs as an ambitious football team. And when you're 17, coming up 17 years without a trophy, and word goes around that the wage bill's been cut, I don't know how it's probably about 35%. I would have thought this year it'll end up 35% wages to revenue ratio. I can't see how people can be happy. I can't see how sponsors can be happy. It's, just don't see it. Don't see it.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what yesterday showed, and depending on which way football fans look at this, Lubo, lots of people saying, well, hang on, yesterday morning, we weren't even in for Danso, right? I mean, all the hopes were on Tomori. It shows you how quickly something can happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's literally gone from Tomori, Friday night, everyone going, oh my God, is Tomori coming, to 24 hours later, Danso has signed. So it goes to show these things can happen quickly. And I think what we're seeing at the moment, you might tell me differently. I don't think you'll we disagree on a lot. I don't think we're going to disagree on this. I think what we're seeing at the moment is Daniel Levy in a full state of panic in the last 4 days of the window. I think we've got to the stage where he's going, shit, the fans are starting protests. The fans are booing. I've still got injuries. We haven't won a game for what feels like 5 months. This is full on Levy panic mode right now, isn't it?
Oh, total. We're 16th. No, we only got to drop 2 more places. We're in the championship next year. That's it. Just 2. Literally, we got Leicester and Wolves separating us from relegation, and those are the hard facts at the moment. And I don't know. I just don't think we haven't got the leaders as well. And I just think the squad is short. And I think the more the season goes on, I think we can see how short we are in terms of real quality in the squad. And I know all about Ange. I know all about his system of play. I know it leaves us wide open. I know all of that, and it doesn't help. And every other coach knows how to play against Spurs. But the players aren't doing it. Most of the players are not stepping up, unfortunately. And these are the same players that stepped up in more occasions last season than not, and many more occasions last season than they have done this season. This year we've had a few moments in a few games. Last season, the first 10 games.
Can I jump in to give you the 11?
Go on.
Sorry, because this is going to be interesting. I'll start off by saying there is no Mickey van der Ven, just in case people are wondering. The team today, and it looks a very shaky back four. Tottenham have Kinski in goal, Pedro Porro, Gray, Davis, Spence, Basuma, Bentancur, Kulusevski, with Moore, Richarlison, and Son. The bench is Austin, Reggie, Hardy, Casanova, Sarr, Bergval, Ulasesi, Ajayi, and Scarlett. So, Lubo, I mean, the big news there, I mean, Van der Ven's not in the squad. Precautionary, rushed back too quick the other day. I mean, what do you make of that 11 and the VDV situation?
It's a weak 11. It's a very weak 11. You know, you look at it, the only part of those, defence, midfield, attack, the only part of those 3 that has established players in right the way through a midfield, and the midfield we know is poor. The bench is an academy bench virtually.
Yep.
And Van der Ven there may be a reaction to the 45 minutes that he played. He was only ever going to play 45 minutes, so I wasn't overly fussed when he went off.
Yeah, sure.
But the fact that he is not in means that maybe there's a slight niggle, and it's more important that he plays on Thursday than he plays today.
But what it does mean, Lubo, and I agree with you. By the way, I'm not knocking them. For me, I tell you what, I'm stuttering all over the place today. I'm a fan that's of the opinion, if you are not fit, do not play, because this is top level. This isn't like me or you going for a jog with a sore ankle and we run it off. These are top level elite players. And let's be fair, if you put Van der Ven in today and he's not fit, he's up against 2 very quick, dangerous players in Visser and Mbuemo, who I haven't seen the team news. I'm guessing Visser and Mbuemo. I'm going to go and find it now. I'm guessing Visser and Mbuemo start for, here we go, Let's have a look at the Brentford team. I don't know if this is a word, thusly. Is that a word? Thusly?
No.
I'm going for it. Just let me have it. Let me have it, Lubo. I'm
Go on.
having it. All right? Thusly.
Yeah. Reinventing the wheel like Ange, aren't you? Here
Yeah,
now
exactly. Yeah. I'm reinventing
vocabulary.
things.
Savva's vocab. Go on.
This is the team that Brentford will be lining up against Spurs. They have got Valdemarson in goal. Ayer, Collins, Van der Berg, which I'm guessing will be a back three. Lewis Potter, Norgard, Janelt, and Damsgaard, which I'm guessing will be the midfield four. And then Sade, Umbuemo, and Visser. And again, that forward three, pace, power, goals, running in behind. Damsgaard with that, he's got that kind of Eriksson-esque type ability, not as good as Eriksson, but you know what I mean. What are we expecting from that lineup, Lubo?
Well, if Visser plays on the right, does he, or does Umbuemo plays right, doesn't he? At least you got Spence who can defend.
Yes,
Spence
yes,
the proper defender, so he's going to be absolutely key today.
Yeah,
because a lot of Brentford's play comes down the right. I just don't see us getting anything today. I just don't see we've got enough strength. Listen, it's an injury-ravaged team. At the end of the day, it's a massively depleted side. We're missing key players, particularly in defence, and that's where the problem is. I'm happy Mikey Moore's starting. I think he is probably a little bit further forward than he was when they threw him in against Palace. I mean, it was difficult for him. He was looking. It was like a little lost kid at Palace, but he was with 10 players. Take Vicario out. The rest of them were hopeless against Palace. So it's very difficult for a young kid to come in for his Premier League debut at the age of 17 into a totally malfunctioning side. I think he'll be better prepared now. He's played a couple more games, and we'll see. Let's see what happens. You know, you're banking on a little bit of magic, individual magic now, aren't you, to sort of try and get us somewhere close to getting a point today.
Sure, absolutely, you're spot on, and I think that while we're talking about the back four, by the way, I'm just looking at the Man United lineup. I'm just trying to see if there's anything there that screams of massive team news. I can't see too much. It does look like they are playing today, by the way, Man United, without a recognised centre forward. You've got Xerxes and Højlund on the bench. So it looks like Man United are going to go for a front three of Bruno Fernandes, Diallo and Garnacho, from what I can see. By the way, Randall Kolo Muani, who turned down Spurs earlier in the window, has a brace in Italy. He's just scored 2 goals in 3 minutes for Juventus as they've come back from 1-0 down to Empoli. Just giving you an update. I feel like I'm Jeff Stelling reincarnated. Lubo, one thing that is interesting about this is Van der Ven. Obviously, we say, okay, cool. If he's injured, we're holding back for Liverpool. Yeah. It does mean, Lubo, that Mickey Van der Ven's going to be going into that game against Liverpool, if he does play, with only 45 minutes under his belt, which would have been a week earlier. And let's be fair, he had nothing to do the other night, did he, against Elfsborg?
Which was good.
That's going to be a big, for me, that's a big risk, right? It's a big risk. Completely unfit, he'll be going into that game.
It's a risk. I'm just trying to look on Sky News just to see if there's any comments about Van der Ven. There's nothing on Spurs at all at the moment. No comments as to why Van der Ven's out. It's a big risk. The whole thing is a risk. It's the whole thing could implode very, very easily, unfortunately. And we don't seem. We need to dig out a messy 1-0 win from somewhere. And he doesn't set the team up to do that.
I agree, and I think this is the thing. I think, Reezy, when you're saying we're still blaming Ange, no, I think what people are actually, if you listen, what people are actually asking for is, when you're in a situation like this is where you have to do like what David Moyes has done, if that makes sense, Lubo. You have to go in and go, what have I got? What have I got? How can we be hard to beat? First and foremost, in this type of a battle, Lubo, hard to beat. Don't be wide open. Don't allow, i.e., don't play how we normally play. Don't gift them space and opportunities. If we do that, and we lose, it's right. If we make it hard to beat and we lose, then fine, right? Absolutely fine. If we go there and we're wide open and we lose, that's when I put it on the manager. Is that fair?
Yes, it's at the end of the day, we are playing losing football. This system is losing football. We're 16th in the table. At the end of the day, Ange's got to look at that and think to himself, something's going wrong here. It's not quite where I want to be. And he's got to change it. But he doesn't know how to. He won't change it because that's not who he is. And that's ridiculous, because he must realise now that he's going to pay with his job. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he thinks to himself, well, if Levy gets shot at me now, he's got to pay out my contract. I think it's been estimated at 10 to 12 million. So thank you very much. I'll carry on being who I am. That's why you brought me in. You didn't bring me in to be someone else. We'll get through it. That's his way of thinking. But it's just not going to happen.
By the way, thusly is a superfluous word. Superfluous.
Yeah, superfluous is that.
Because thus is an adverb in its own right. The adverbially adds nothing. This doesn't mean that thusly is wrong. However, and there are contexts. I've no idea. I genuinely don't care, but I just thought it was funny because I'm starting to see people have a debate in the chat about whether thusly is a word. We've got bigger things to worry about than grammar, guys. We've got bigger things to worry about. But look, what it does do is it does make it a very interesting lead up to Liverpool, right? Because Danso, you would think, will go straight into that back four on Thursday night. Danso will go straight in. The question's going to be, is he playing alongside Ben Davies or is he playing alongside Mickey van der Ven? And the difficulty will be, if you've got a 50% Mickey van der Ven versus a 100% fit Ben Davies, what do you do? Because this is Liverpool away and their forwards will pull van der Ven all over the place. That's what they do. They interchange. They're quick. They move. This is now a very interesting dilemma for this game.
Reminds me of Madrid with Kane. Do you put Kane in, who's not fit? 7 weeks of no football, and he put him in, and unfortunately, it didn't work.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. You're spot on. And by the way, I do think that we're talking about Mickey van der Ven like he's Maldini. Like I feel like lots of people have gone like, well, if van der Ven plays every game this season, we won't ever lose a game of football. The problem is when you've got a player that's had that many hamstring injuries, Lubo, you've got to be careful with them, right? As much as we want them to be rushed back into the team from a fan perspective, for the good of the athlete, for the good of his career, that's really got to be managed really carefully, hasn't it?
Well, you've got to look at it and think to yourself, I'd rather have him fit than carry on getting more hamstring injuries this season.
Sure.
Because hopefully next year he won't be playing under a manager who's actually putting his career at risk. So doesn't he need minutes for match? I think with something like this, you play Mickey for maybe 45 to 60 and just see how the game goes. And then, Liverpool's front boys are tiring as well. And you bring on someone else. I don't know. It's a quandary, and I don't trust Ange to get it right. So for me, I just see 3 defeats between now and Villa next week. Unfortunately,
Cool.
I think we've got 3 very, very tough away games, and there's nothing I can see all season that tells me that we are going to go there. That we're going to go there and play it in a certain style of play that's going to get us a result. And the players aren't here. Eze won't be signed last hour. Ange doesn't rate Eze. If he rated him, he would have put an offer in last year, and Steve Parish very clearly said that no club put a bid in for Eze. So forget it. Here we are. No That's it. Absolutely.
Big up, Maz. Absolutely love you, dude. Big up, Maz. Maz, let me know if you want to join the Spurs review tonight. At the moment, you've got myself, Lubo. We've got Johnny. Johnny's joining us tonight as well, and a few others that are at the moment maybes. And by the way, I just want to say a big up to the Danalist. Obviously, I won't say what, but my thoughts are with you today, mate. Much love. I know you're not watching this if you do watch back, much love. Look, I think this does present itself an interesting opportunity as well here for the likes of Jed Spence. For me, I think he should have had a lot more game time this season. I don't see if I'm honest, I don't see the drop off from Udogie to Spence. Now, that might be controversial, Lubo. I don't think Udogie's a good form.
I agree. Udogie's form this year has been his form since he picked up an injury last year, didn't he? And he's not been the same since. He really hasn't been the same since. It's not,
No, you're spot on. By the way, see, but again, Phil, again, this is silly. Of course, every player needs games to be match fit. Sorry, am I overdoing this, Lubo? For every player I've ever seen, you've got to have minutes in your legs. You can't just come back from hamstring injuries and go, boom, you're good to go. That's
what he did. What he did, Ange, was he cost us many points by panicking and putting Romero and Mickey in against Chelsea. It was only 3 points, and we lost the game anyway. So leave those players out, let them recover properly. We had Southampton the following week. We didn't need them for that game. They could have given them an extra couple of weeks to get fit or 11 days for the Man United match, who we beat them anyway as well. So bring them back for Liverpool on the 22nd of December. Give both Romero and Van de Ven an extra 2 weeks. Romero came back, got a different injury, and players pick up these injuries when they come back because they're not conditioned. The conditioning training has not been done. Has not been done enough. Romero came back after 1 week of full training. If you give him 3 weeks of full training, then he comes back and he's so much better.
Yeah.
And this is what happened. So from getting a hamstring, he's come back. Stando can't play Thursday. I don't know. He can. I'm sure he can.
Yeah, I'm sure he can.
If he's signed by the 3rd, then yes, he can play Thursday. Romero came back from a hamstring injury and got a quad muscle injury.
Yeah.
So, and that again, if he'd have been built up, got properly fit, 3 wins, 5 defeats with Mickey. I don't know. Mickey played 10 games in the league. We won 4, drew 1, and lost 5. And that was his record.
I mean, look, this is interesting. So he's saying you had to be registered before the first leg to be eligible for the second leg.
Okay.
Oh,
maybe.
Okay. Is this Chris? Do me a favor. Obviously, Chris, you've got my number. Don't put it into the chat. I can't imagine all these 1,000 people having my mobile number would be dreadful. Can you send it to me? Where is this? Because somebody said yesterday, I think it was like an Ali Gold or someone said that he can play. Look, I'll take your word for it, mate. If he can't play, then if we go into that game with Ben Davis and Gray at centre half at Anfield, that's a game changer, isn't it? It's a tough game with Romero and Van de Ven there, but we're without them. My gut says VDV has had some awareness at training because he needs minutes to do.
It could be a reaction. Could be a reaction. Mickey's just had a reaction from coming back after. So 3 days later, and then again 4 days after that. Maybe the medical team have looked and said, 3 games in 7 days is pushing it a bit when you've been out with a hamstring injury like this. So
Michael Bridge at Sky Sports has said Spurs are monitoring Van de Ven's minutes, no fresh injury. So there's something. So if he plays against Liverpool, again, I still stand by what I say. I still think it's going to be interesting. Sticking in a player who's got no match time under his belt into that cauldron is going to be interesting. But look, as we said, he's 23?
22.
Is he Mickey Van de Ven? 22? 23?
Yeah.
It's a lot of hamstring injuries for someone so young. It's a lot of repeat injuries. But listen, big up Phil P saying Savva's grammar equals Angie's football. Style over all logic.
No, I'm just reading Vince's Vince's comment that he hates Gray because he's the one that's kept Angie in a job.
Yeah.
Has he been that good?
Well, we need Archie Gray today. We need Archie Gray at centre half today, don't we? Look, it's gonna be interesting. I think you hit the nail on the head, Ian. So somebody actually asked me a question above and said Savva. So see if I can find it. Someone said Savva. I'll paraphrase. What do you think of Spurs' ambition versus Aston Villa's? If you look at Villa already this window, they've now signed Asensio, Rashford, Donny Marlon. They're still looking to get in Yao Felix to Sassy. They're trying to build a big squad compared to Spurs, who have gone back to their original target that we didn't want to pay 30 million for. But now that he's 20 million, we'll have a go of. I don't even think this is about an Aston Villa thing, Lubo, because you always take the piss out of me for Villa. I don't think this is an Aston Villa thing. I think this is just a Tottenham thing of, yeah, this window, you should have been looking at these players. And just to put it into the Aston Villa context, for me, it's not just that they're getting players in, Lubo. It's the fact that they're covering, I think it's 230 grand of Rashford's 350.
Yeah.
And apparently they're paying Asensio 250 grand a week. So it's that Villa are now have gone, we're at the top table in terms of Champions League. We've got to spend like a Champions League team. And that's what we've never done, Lubo. I know what you're going to talk about.
What they're doing, they're guaranteed an X amount for the last 16 now, aren't they, with the Champions League? And they're spending that money that's coming through.
Sure. Which is something we never did we?
No,
we never did that. We never did that.
I was with someone, another Spurs fan this morning, who said to me that Tottenham Hotspur is a global entertainment venue run by an investment company. And there was no word about football in that description. I think he actually had it spot on. That's where we are as a club. Levy is not interested in the football side. He's only interested in terms of success for the football side. He's only interested in the football generating enough money so that they can make a profit. And that is all. And now he sees us in 16th place. It's now, you lose £1 million, I think, for every position. So 5th last year, if it's 16th this year, that's 11 million. That just purely 11 million on the drop off in league position.
Yeah.
There's no Europe. So add Europe to that. Maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 million possibly if we go deep for the Europa. So there's 30, 40 million. It's costing money. He's looking at this. The sponsors cannot be happy. Sponsors spend a lot of money on a club because they want to be associated with success, not with failure. So I'm sure the sponsors aren't happy. So it's the pressure's piling up. The pressure's piling up.
Phil, I feel like you say a lot of things in hope. Look, we saw what happened when he came back against Chelsea, mate. You saw what happened when he came against Chelsea. From before he got injured, you could see he wasn't moving freely. I'm sorry, mate. This is crazy. Players coming back from hamstring injuries don't hit the ground running. Sorry, this is crazy, mate. You've got to understand this. Sorry, I've been around. As I said, I've been around and worked in a pro football club and seen this before. Players coming back from injury. Yeah, if you've got a slight ankle knock, you can hit the ground running, right? When you have a hamstring injury that's kept you out for months, you don't hit the ground running when you come back. This is common sense. Sorry, Phil, you're starting to say some really weird things lately. I'm not saying he can't play well, but he won't be match fit. He won't be. He just won't be match fit. Look, Lubo, you hit the nail on the head. By the way, somebody made a great point. We've got over 1,020 people in the chat and only 270 likes. So we've got about a 25% hit rate. Let's get that up to 400-500. And by the way, on the subscriber front as well, we've got 1,045 now in here. Only had 8 subscribers throughout this show. This is where we are, people. 16,297. Let's get that up by another 50, please, in the next 10 minutes.
Come on, guys, you get an English language lesson here as well. So come on. This is the podcast that gives you extra. Come on, guys. Absolutely. Let's get the subscriptions up.
That should be a strap line. By the way, a user has said, thank you very much for the super chat, has said, I read we might bid for Axel, but fans in turmoil. A lot of people saying that he might go Villa. A lot of reports saying that we still want him. I don't think we'll get another one because Ange doesn't know how to rotate anyway. I don't know what his brain would do if you had Disasi, Romero, Van der Ven, and Danso. But that's only my opinion. We'll see. And Video Complete Sofiana said, Terzic will take our squad to the next level. Plays attacking football with 3 at the back in possession. Dortmund is not the same team since he left.
They're
Video Complete, listen.
Table Dortmund.
Sorry?
They're halfway down, Dortmund.
Yeah. They've dramatically dropped since Terzic left. Video Complete, I think the difference here is you could probably replace Terzic with many managers' names there. Many managers' names could say that they would take this squad to the next level. We'll see, mate. We'll see. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really do appreciate you. Lubo, you talked about it just now. We have got, it's not just about Brentford today, is it? We're not talking about not about just today. We've got Liverpool.
We're talking about the club, or we're talking about Mickey now? Which parts?
No. Spurs. We've got Brentford today. Then, so in 7 days, essentially 8 days, we've got Brentford away, Liverpool away, Villa away. Do you see any way in which we come away? I'll ask you this: where will we be in the league table this time next week, and which cup competitions will we be in? That's the easiest way to ask.
Okay. We're 16th now. Wolves are 5 behind us.
Yeah, Wolves can't overtake us.
So this time next week, this time tonight. I mean, we've got no game now. There are no league games now after tonight or after tomorrow's Chelsea West Ham game for 2 weeks. When we got United and then we got Ipswich. So we get 6 points from United and Ipswich. The pressure's off. Players are coming back. But I've said all along, I think we lose these 3 games. I think Ange is gone. I don't see how he can keep it.
He's got to.
By the way,
if we do lose the next 3, which is a real possibility, Tottenham Hotspur will be in a situation where we are 16th in the Premier League after 24 games.
Yeah.
We'll be out the FA Cup by February, out the League Cup by February, and all the eggs will be in that Europa League basket. But you're right. If he loses all 3 of them, he's simply got to go. I mean, I wanted him gone a year ago. I can't believe we're still here, but you can't survive that. Surely you can't survive that.
Don't know. He seems to. Who does he bring in? That's the question. Who wants to come to Spurs? I know me and you differ on this. I just think you're looking at players turning us down, managers turning us down. I mean, we got Conte second time around. Nuno, I think, was the 9th choice that summer after Mourinho went, and then Conte was one of the 8 that turned us down. I think it was Potter. I can't remember. There were just so many. They even spoke to Gattuso. I mean, what on earth was all that about? And in the end, Conte came in October. It's funny, my son said to me, see, told you we didn't give Nuno enough time. The strange thing about that appointment was that Spurs didn't allow Nuno to bring his squad, to bring his coaching team with him. Yeah, which I think made look, in hindsight, and we're all clever with hindsight, but you can see that Nuno having his coaching team probably would have been a lot better. Would have been better for Spurs. I mean, the football that was being churned out for those 10 games was just dreadful. It was awful. I mean, the first 3 games we won 1-0 and we were top of the table. I think I remember that league table because we were top and Arsenal were bottom. And after that, we lost 5 out of 7, and Nuno went. And Nuno only went because the crowd turned on Levy against Man United. But we were really poor. We were really poor that day. We got absolutely smacked 3-0. It could have been a lot more. I wasn't sorry to see him go. I was very happy to see Conte come in, and that's where, for me, if Conte was only going to sign an 18-month contract, then you back Conte, knowing that he's going to leave, but at least he leaves you in a better place and with a platform for another manager to come in. Maybe we've won a trophy. Maybe he's got the players in that he likes. If he'd have gone, and remember in the second season, he was in Italy half the time. He was ill. 3 of his best friends had died. So mentally, Conte wasn't there, and probably all contributed towards the big rant. You're 3-1 up against Southampton. You give away 2 goals. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't. That result in isolation does not mean that Conte can come out with the rant. The rant was based on so many different things, I think.
Oh, for sure.
And so many. And
this is what I always say about Conte, Lubo. I always say, when people say, "Oh, Spurs fans hounded him out," listen, I didn't want him here, right?
Yeah.
I didn't want him here. But you could see for the last 3-4 months of Conte's time, he wasn't well. He was ratty. He was frustrated. And it was all the things I said at the beginning, why I just didn't think it was ever going to work for Conte at Tottenham. And in the end, he wasn't actually sacked. If I'm not wrong, I don't think he was actually sacked.
I think they came to a mutual agreement.
Right.
He went back to Italy after the rant, and everything he said was right. And everything that he said, people are now referring back. I'm seeing on social media, the interview is being put onto Twitter all the time. What Conte said, 20 years with this chairman, and nothing changes. Why? And everybody's now coming round to Conte's way of thinking. What he said was absolutely perfect and had to be said. It had to be said. It was seriously, this chairman has ruined this club. I saw a comment from one of the guys here who sounds like you're an old fan like me. Bill Nick built the club, Enoch have killed the club. And that's absolutely right. Absolutely
I completely agree with you. Enoch have built the business and killed the football. That is what I would say. They've built the business and killed the football. But the thing is, whenever I talk about Conte Lubo, Conte Lubo sounds like the name of a forward we could sign, doesn't it? From like the Paraguayan league, Conte Lubo. But whenever I talk about him, people confuse me not wanting him at Spurs for why I didn't want him at Spurs. I don't think people get that. I've always said Antonio Conte's a serial winner. My issue with Conte was never if you give him the players, he can succeed. My problem from the very get-go was, 1, he's not getting what he needs. 2, his personality is fiery. His personality is, we saw after Southampton, that's his personality. I will say what I want to say. And for me, it was never going to work. 3, the 18-month contract signed from both sides, Lubo, told me everything. You don't sign a manager on an 18-month contract if you've got plans for this to be a long-term thing. If you've got plans for this to be a long-term project and you're going to back him, for me, I think it suited both parties at the right time. He needed a job. We had a complete mare with Nuno. I think it just worked for the interim. That's my opinion.
I think the 18 months I think 18 months was down to him, not Levy. I think,
either way.
I think 18 months. You've got to remember, he turned down the opportunities 4 months earlier.
Yeah.
And Paratici went back to Italy and persuaded him to join, and probably persuaded him because Paratici said, look, there's a real good project happening here. We've got this, we've got that, we've got Kane, we've got Son, we've got all these, we've got kids coming through, etc., etc., etc. And when Conte actually got in, but Conte probably thought, do you know what? I'm not sure of Paratici tried to sell the club. I didn't join for a reason. Paratici sort of half persuaded me. Let me try it out. Let's do it. Let's do 18 months. If Paratici is proven right, and there is a proper project here, and the chairman is behind the footballing side, and he is going to back me, then I can always extend the contract.
Sure.
And when he saw that wasn't happening, thank you very much, Tada. And to be honest with you, when you're ill and your head's gone because 3 of your best friends have gone as well, and then your manager doesn't back you, you're going to walk, aren't you? You're going to say what you think. To hell with it. I'm financially independent anyway. I don't need the money. It's not like this is Angie's biggest job after earning small, not it's big money for us, but it's small money in terms of what the top managers earn. And Angie's on what, 5 million a year for 4 years, or I think. So for him, this is the crowning glory for his career. This is his final job. This is where he's made the money. He's financially independent. He's set himself and his family up for life. And then he can go and sit on the beach in Australia for the rest of his life and enjoy his retirement. Conte still had the fire, still wanted to be a success, is much younger than Ange as well, and didn't trust the project. So I think that's why it was 18 months, Sam. I don't think it was 18 months when he took it on because I'm definitely going to leave in 18 months. I think it was 18 months as a trial to see if it's going to work, and then maybe add another couple of years on. If he's going to be competing with Guardiola, with Klopp at the top of the Premier League, then he's got himself a challenge, and there's nothing Conte likes better than a challenge. But he's got to be given a level playing field with these guys, and he wasn't.
But mate, I agree, but that was my point. Either way, for whatever reason, it was 18 months. It was 18 months because he's not going to look at Levy and go, I 100% trust that this guy is going to give me what I need. And we said from the beginning, many people said from the beginning, I always say, forget whether you like a manager's style or not. Forget that, right? I'm not the biggest fan of Jose Mourinho's style, but I like Jose Mourinho, right? Yeah. There's a difference, right? And it's not that I don't like Conte. I just didn't want him as our manager. I just didn't feel it was what we needed. Anyway, by the way, we have just got the here we go from Fabrizio Romano for Evan Ferguson to West Ham on a straight loan. I don't believe there's an obligation. Straight loan deal. Romano has said this. Ferguson to West Ham, here we go. Verbal agreement in place with all parties involved after green light from Brighton. Evan has been authorised to undergo medical. Straight loan deal until June. Salary covered by West Ham. Galatasaray have now made a formal approach for Kieran Trippier of Newcastle. Decision up to Newcastle as Eddie Howe wants to keep Kieran. Also, Belotti. And I remember him. Andrea Belotti is off to Benfica. Here we go for Belotti to Benfica. And the last bit of news in the last hour is negotiations between Aston Villa and Chelsea for João Felix are currently complicated. Chelsea asking for important financial package for João to direct competitor for the UEFA Champions League. Discussions for Axel Disasi continue, but also with important loan fee requested. Not an easy one. It might not be an easy one, but I'll tell you what, you've got to give it to Villa. They've already made 4 or 5 signings this January. They are trying to bolster their squad, aren't they? Look, let's get back to Tottenham, because I know you love to speak about Villa, so I'll steer away from the Aston Villa conversation, Lubo.
Outside the European places at the moment, aren't they, Villa? Wouldn't even,
yeah, they are. They
finished today. They're not even in the conference next year.
Yeah,
so
they're 4 points off top 4. They're there. We should worry about us. They're there. They're there or thereabouts, Lubo. They're 1 point off. Let's have a look. Aston Villa, are 1 win away from top 7, 4 points away from top 4. They're there. They're not in Spurs territory. But we actually needed them to win last night. We needed them to beat Wolves to kind of keep the Wolves from the door. Hey, clever pun there. But they didn't. Wolves with a good win. Wolves have got some games coming up where you look and you go, okay, you could collect some points. So maybe that's why we went and took Danso. We were worried about Wolves strengthening and overtaking us.
Who knows? It's the whole thing. We need a break, don't we? We need a break. Yes. It's been a poor season, pretty much. We've won 7, lost 13 in the league. So, for all those that are saying, oh, it's great entertaining football, and we've brushed this side, this team aside and that team aside, that's great in a few games. But if it's one in every, if we're winning 1 and losing 2, it's just no good. It's just no good. Went to see my son play today, and all the boys that were on the subs bench when I turned up were all Spurs fans, and just said, what do you think of Ange? And I said, worst manager I've seen in 60 years. And one of them was saying, but look at the football he plays. I said, yeah, it's losing football.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what it is at the moment. That's what it is. And
Don't you always get a bit confused when people say that? Like when people say to me, "But look at his football," I think his football is shit. I don't know what I'm meant to be watching. I think it's just sideways, slowly. I don't think it's good. Or is that just me? Let me know in the chat. Everybody in the chat. There's 1,040 of you. You wouldn't think it from the lack of likes, but everybody in the chat is out of 10. How good is Ange Ball to watch? I'm giving it a 4. I think it's atrocious. Lubo?
Listen, it's when it works, it's very good, but it doesn't work that often, and that's the problem. It can look very good, and when it clicks, it's really good. It's very good, but you've got to look at it over the course of a season. And does it work? It doesn't work because we're 16th, and that's at the end of the day. We're not 16th because of fluke. We're not 16th because of injuries, because players were playing at the beginning of the season. We were still losing. Although we were losing, we lost to Newcastle. We should have won that. We drew at Leicester. We should have won that. There's 5 points thrown away because we couldn't finish off the chances. But since then, apart from the odd game, United was good. City away was good. City twice was good at home in the league.
But aren't the 2 City games when we won wasn't Ange's style of football?
It wasn't. That's
the difference.
It wasn't.
That's the difference for me.
Villa came out with a high line. They're very open as well. Very, very open. I think they missed Tyrone Mings.
That Lubo. That
for Newfield. Of course.
Right.
Of course.
That for Sky Sports.
That's brilliant.
For their viewers. It's 10 out. That's why when people go, look at the football. And I always say to them, trust me, if your team were as wide open as Tottenham were, you'd be having kittens. You'd be having kittens. Yeah. What is that? Works. I agree. I think like when we counter-attacked Man City and beat them 4-0, that wasn't Ange Ball. I enjoyed that. That looked like a solid team. And I remember after that game thinking to myself, is there any chance this manager learns from this and adopts this moving forward? Nope.
No, nope. I remember saying we were on Stell's show the day after, or that night, I think, and one of the guys, Iggy, said, has he seen what's happened with City today? And is this going to go forward? And no, against Roma, pure stupidity. Instead of holding the ball, taking the sting out of the game, seeing out the last few minutes, it was academic in the end because we finished 4th. I think we'd have finished 2nd to Lazio if they hadn't conceded that goal against Roma in the last minute. But it just showed that was typical, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's absolutely madness. By the way, I think as many people enjoy Ange Ball as they do as smashing the like button. We've got 386 likes, over 1,050 of you, and only 5 new subscribers in the last half an hour. Come on, people. Yes, I have put a vote up, and the vote was very simple in the poll. I've asked the question in the poll, who enjoys Ange Ball? So far, 20% have said yes. I have no idea what that 20% are watching. They can't be watching the same team as me that are sitting in 16th. They genuinely can't be.
Should ask that 20%. Should ask that 20%. Are you happy with the team's results this season based on Ange Ball?
Yeah.
And let's see what you come back with. Because it's one thing saying, yeah, great, it's really exciting when it happens. But are you happy? Yeah, will you be happy with Ange if we do get relegated this season?
Do you know what? Do you know what I watched midweek? I went back and watched the extended highlights, about 30 minutes of Bournemouth versus Nottingham Forest, the game in which Bournemouth won 5-0. And whenever Bournemouth attacked, it was just the number of options they had, Ian. It wasn't slow side to side. It was they quickly moved it left, then into the middle, then back to the left, then sprayed it to the right. And it was like ping, ping, ping. And I was watching going, yeah, this is what a real team going forward looks like. I watch us go side to side, back to the centre halves, back. And I'm like that. And if it wasn't for these watchalongs, Lubo, I think I would fall asleep. I find it mind-numbing.
We were We were sat at Forest Boxing Day, and we had 70% that day. And Spurs attacked our end in the second half. And it was all Spurs, pretty much, apart from one or two attacks. The whole of the second half was Spurs without ever opening up Forest. And there was one ball in from Maddison inside the fullback for Werner. It was right in front of me. I think we were third or fourth row from the front. Yeah. And there was the one ball inside the fullback that Werner put in. It was cleared. That was the only time they took a risk with a pass.
Yeah.
In literally half an hour of non-stop pressure. And that's the problem. They don't know how to break down low block. There's no quick 1-2s and moving off and players dragging other defenders out. It's they're all static, unfortunately. It was, look at the first half on Thursday. We had 83% possession. And the keeper made 2 great saves, but apart from that, we never really challenged. We never really threatened, should I say.
No.
Maybe it's 20% of Gooner trolls. But listen, to all the Gooners out there who are trolling, what are you going to win, guys? Sweet FA. So worry about your own. Seriously, worry about your own team.
Just a quick reminder, they put the team up. It's Kinski, Porro, Gray, Davis and Spence, Bentancur, Basuma and Kulu, with more Richarlison and Son. Look, it's not the greatest team in the world, but when you look, you have got Porro, you have got Kulu, Bentancur, Basuma, Sonny's the captain, Richarlison's our second choice striker. Everyone raves about more. They've got to go out and look. There are teams in the Premier League that would love that 11 that are above us. There are teams that would love that 11. They've got to go out there and be hard to beat, disciplined, track their men, not have gaps. For me, the excuse can't be every week that we've got injuries. We've got to dig in now, Lubo. We've got to dig in and show some guts here. And that's what I want from the manager. Dig in. It can't always be. I know. Like the problem is people like Reezy, and the people like Reezy in my chat have been so wrong about Ange all season that what they actually enjoy is this injuries. And I'll tell you why. He'll disagree with me. They enjoy this injury crisis because it lets Ange off the hook from how bad we were at the beginning of the season. These people conveniently ignore how bad it's been for 15 months and say, oh, injuries. Well, this was happening without injuries. So, look, I think
let me give Reezy a very simple explanation on one player. The high line relies on Mickey van der Ven. If he's not there, then you've got to change it a little bit. You can't keep playing a high line that suits Mickey when you haven't got Mickey's pace. You haven't got it with Joggerson. You haven't got it with Gray. You haven't got it with Davis. Romero hasn't played since Chelsea on December the 8th either. In fact, when was Romero injured? I'm trying to think. When in November was he injured?
Oh gosh,
was it Ipswich? I think it was Ipswich, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He didn't play at City, did he? I think it was Ipswich. So we've lost Romero for all bar 7 minutes, was it, against Chelsea? I think it was off in 7 minutes. So you've got to drop the line a little bit, play deeper, like we did against Man City at the Etihad, where players have got a chance. You're not taking the risk. You're not taking the risk with players making 10, 15 recovery 50-meter sprints in a game, because that injures them as well. And you've got breaks in play when players' muscles get colder, and this also doesn't help with hamstring injuries. There are so many breaks now for VAR, and they're not 30-second breaks; they're 2-3 minutes. So players have got to keep warm as well, and that I would think is contributing as well. And the way we play, we don't take time out. We don't, we rush to take free kicks. We rush to take throw-ins. Everything's at 100 miles an hour. So these are a lot of the reasons, as well as the training where he pushes players through barriers they shouldn't be pushed through. Someone like Usain Bolt has a measured training schedule, building up to when he needs to be at his peak. Am I still on the high from Thursday night? I'll let you know at 4 o'clock.
Can I tell you something, Ian? This is this is a really good point. There's a couple of actually, I'll tell you what. Let me do some super chats. I want to bring up 2 comments that I think you'll enjoy talking about. You'll see why. By the way, there is a report. I don't know how real this is. It's flying around the internet. Could be absolute bollocks. But Tottenham Hotspur are among the Premier League clubs that have been offered by Leverkusen's Victor Boniface as the Nigerian striker's proposed move to Saudi fell through. I would take Boniface all day, every single day, and I'm sure we'd manage to come up with some really good songs for him. Let me go to some super chats. A user has said, Nuno interview at Nottingham Forest. We're going to make you proud. Yeah, listen, let's move on from Nuno. It is what it is. They're just putting, by the way, the wages to turnover ratio on the screen at the moment. Spurs are 42%. Aston Villa are 96%. Wow. At least their owners are trying. Listen, I'll leave it there. Wacker, big up to you. I said, for football, for the fans, business for the owners. Absolutely. Exactly. That's why when people talk to me about spreadsheets, I don't give a shit. I'm a football fan. I didn't start watching football because of Excel. You know what I mean? And PowerPoint. Big up to you, Wacker. SOF, how you doing, my man? I said Villa have more players on 100k a week and are able to pay Rashford 260k a week. Son is on 200k. Game-changing stadium. Well, this is the interesting thing, Lubo. Again, lots of people, I get why they do the comparison with Villa, because Villa 5 years ago were a championship football team and have just gone like that. And I think what people are saying is, and you've been to Villa Park, I'm sure many times. I've been to Villa Park. Villa Park is an old school stadium. 42, maybe?
41.
About 41,000 fans, right? No mod cons, no concerts. How are Aston Villa doing all this? And we simply don't.
So, if you're paying that higher wage, though, in terms of wages to revenue, then they've got to have Champions League football next year. Because if that money's not coming through and the revenue suddenly drops, then that 96 becomes what, 105, 110, 115% of revenue.
But that's not the point. That's not the point, Ian, though. The point this person's making is we were told that we built the game-changing stadium so we could go and do that. Villa are doing it. Villa got in the Champions League and have gone, let's try and kick on. Let's push. And look, it's not saying they have to go from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, but keep yourselves up there. And that's what they're doing.
But he didn't lie. It's a game changer, but for ENIC, not for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club.
I agree.
So everybody thought when he said game changer, great, fantastic. We're gonna have the money now, the revenue to challenge. We do have the money there. The money's there to challenge.
Let's all believe Ange, shall we, Phil? Yeah, let's just believe Ange on it. So, okay, sorry. On this, if this is true, Phil, what you've got to understand, he's still coming back from a hamstring injury. He's not match fit. It doesn't matter what Ange says or you say. He can't be match fit. He's not been playing matches. It's the basics of football, right? Equally, Phil, if you're going to believe everything Ange says, then we should be no reason we can't challenge for the title this year. That's what Ange said. Ange didn't want experienced players. That's what Ange said. Right, so I won't use injuries as an excuse, Ange said 6 months later. Oh, the injuries. Which one? Are we believing it or not? Look, listen, I'm not a Villa fan. I'm just impressed with what they've done in 5 months. In 5 years. I'm impressed that they've gone from a championship club that very nearly didn't get promoted to let's try. Yeah. You know, I know what you do. You always go, oh, look, they're outside there and they're not as good as Lost. They're trying, Lubo. They're trying. They're trying to add depth in their squad.
They're all trying. So they're all trying except for Spurs.
I agree.
Every single owner. If you look at FFP, PSL, whatever they call them, all the chairmen, all the owners are looking at where they can take the club, how they can stay within it now, but take the club as far as they can possibly go. Our owners don't. Not interested. It's only about keeping the club semi-competitive so they keep people coming through the door. And that's it. There's nothing about trophies. You know, Jose wanted a trophy. Levy wanted top four. Jose paid with his job. He wanted to rest certain players against Southampton on the Wednesday, and Levy said, "No, I want top four." You know, when you're looking at it, which I don't understand, to be honest, why Angie's still in the job, because the money is so important to Spurs to keep getting into Europe with the debts, we're still paying off for the grounds. We're in for a lot of money with transfers, and Champions League was 30-40 million, and the League Cup was $1 million. So Levy was thinking at it with financial glasses on again. Jose wanted to win a trophy. And that's why I personally don't understand why Angie's still here, because he's taken us down to 16th. And he could take us down to 18th or 19th quite easily.
Oh, he's a terrible manager for sure. By the way, I'd like you to explain this to me, Plasma. When you say that's not true, you look at Chelsea, they're an absolute mess. Why are Chelsea an absolute mess? If you look at Chelsea right now, why are they an absolute mess? They're right up there in contention for Champions League football, which is where these owners wanted to get them back to. Why are they an absolute mess? What part? So again, sorry, Lubo. What part of Chelsea right now is an absolute mess?
Don't think he's gonna. No answer coming back on the comments. Be interesting to hear from Plasma to see why he thinks they're a mess. Does he think they're a mess because there's like 40 players in the first team squad? I mean, granted that's too high. But when you look at where Chelsea are, they'll probably win the Conference League comfortably this year. I don't see any club. I think Betis are in, Fiorentina are in. They're not in Chelsea's class. I think Chelsea will walk that trophy.
I agree.
They've got every chance of finishing top four. Every chance. I think Arsenal, Liverpool, City, and I think fourth place will be between Forest, Chelsea, and maybe Newcastle, if Newcastle can get back onto a winning run. We're miles away. We are miles away. So, I'd love to be in Chelsea's position. In fact, I wish the owners would have bought the club when they spoke to the club a few years ago, before they spoke to Chelsea. That would have been good.
I think what we've seen here, no offense from Plasma, is he has zero understanding of what actually happened at Chelsea. He says $1 billion spent, 0 world-class players, and they never address the positions they need. Well, let's look at this realistically, shall we? Chelsea are a team who, if they win their game in hand, go into the top four, right? Chelsea are a team that had the whole mess with their previous owners. New owners had to come in. New owners had to deal with the debt and the issue. All of the financial fair play rules that were broken by the previous owners. The new owners had to come in and go, hands up. We've looked. I rate them for this, by the way, Lubo. They came in and went, hands up. We've gone through everything. The previous owners have fucked up. Here's the clarity, the transparency of what's happened. They've built an entire squad in about 2 years, right? And this whole spent 0 world-class players. What they've gone and done is bought lots of really good 20, 21, 22-year-olds that are now getting better and better year on year. They had a very good last 30 games of last season. This year, they're right up there for the top 4. What you're saying, Plasma, is this isn't the Chelsea that you know from before in Roman Abramovich's time. Sure, but these owners have had to build an entire new football club. And I don't think they've done the worst job. And Lubo, this for me goes down to right nowism. Yeah, Chelsea had to go through a difficult year and a half, 2 years. They had to go through a very difficult time. But their owners, I think, have slowly but surely got to grips with, okay, what do we do? How do we do it? And they've got a good manager in. They've got, you're saying, no, look at signings like Cole Palmer. Like Enzo Fernandez is getting better as he gets older. Caicedo's getting better, right? I feel like this is really, really a very silly comment from, I'm going to guess, Plasma, that you're about 19 and you think that everyone can just win the league every year. If I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think they're a mess at all. I don't think they're a mess at all. Just saying.
I've got to tell you, they bought the club for billion, should I say.
Yep.
And they guaranteed another 1.75 billion for infrastructure and players. I'm not sure, obviously the infrastructure side regarding the ground doesn't take 2 minutes, but they have had a go. Their owners have had a go. I wish our owners had a go the way they have. We've got no chance competing with people like Chelsea with our owners. Not a chance. So, brilliant relegation tier argument from Plasma. Well, listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But I think, Plasma, you've got to think about this seriously. You've got to look at where we are as a club, what we've done for 24 years. And in those 24 years, Chelsea have won about 19 trophies.
Aren't they?
Think about that. We've won 1 League Cup. They've won 2 Champions Leagues. God knows how many. They've won the Super Cup. They've won God knows how many FA Cups, League Cups. 19 trophies they won in 20 years under Abramovich. Fantastic. I'd like half of that. And it can happen. Sorry, go on.
It's truly baffling, right? If you look at, if you look at their so I've just gone onto their transfer market, all titles, and if you scroll down on the right hand side, there is just so many over the last 25 years. It's unbelievable, and we've got fans going, Chelsea are a complete mess, right? Listen. I think people have got wrong what I said, by the way. When the new Chelsea owners came in, they are the ones that came to the FA and went, there's been some issues here, right? I think you've got to go back and look at the history. I think that everyone thinks everyone can win the league every year. They can't, yeah? Chelsea, football goes in cycles, Lubo, doesn't it? Chelsea for years were unrivaled. And then they were up and down in terms of winning, not winning, winning, not winning. And then they've had a little bit of a dip. But would you rather be where Chelsea are right now or where Spurs are? And not just this season in the league. As a club, would you rather be them or us right now?
I think, I've got to tell you something, I'd rather be any other club in the Premier League with the owners they've got than Tottenham Hotspur, because this club is run totally different to the other 19 that are in our league. And we've got no chance because the owners are not interested in footballing success. Whereas every other club, and they've got differing amounts of backing. There are the top clubs. What makes me sick is you look around Europe, and generally, the clubs with the clubs that are strongest financially are the clubs that are able to buy the best players, pay the best wages that they can pay, and they win trophies. Might not be a league, might be cups. Even Atletico Madrid broke the Barcelona Real Madrid stranglehold, and they won the league on one occasion. You've got PSG winning it every year. You've got Bayern Munich winning it every year. These are the biggest clubs. Now, the English Football League, because of Sky Money and because of the spread of the money, means that more clubs in our league than any other country have got the money to challenge. We are the only team that have had that money over the last 24 years and not set the team up to challenge. Closest we got was Pochettino, and he wasn't backed. So, when you talk about Chelsea are a mess, if Chelsea are a mess, God knows what sort of shambles we are. Seriously.
I feel like people aren't listening, by the way, as well. I know, all Tobago, you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. When the Chelsea owners turned up and their internal team went through the Chelsea books and all of their financial fair play regulations, they had seen that the previous ownership, had gone outside the perimeter. I'm right in saying this, aren't I, Lubo? They'd gone outside the perimeters of what the club could spend, and they were wrong. And they presented to the FA and said, hey, we're bringing this to you now. What do we do? Right? I'm not saying that Abramovich and the club left them in debt. I'm saying that Abramovich and the club before, the owners before, hadn't complied with all of the rules and regulations, and these new owners presented that to the FA. You've got to listen to what I'm saying, all Tobago. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
They had a winning formula, Chelsea. To me, you look at, and I banged on about giving managers time to build teams, because it doesn't happen in 6-12 months. And you look at the main managers since Ferguson took over. Even Liverpool had a succession, didn't they, for years through the 60s, 70s into the 80s, where everything was done internally through the boot room. And then you had from Ferguson, Wenger, Guardiola, Klopp, all managers who were successful. Arsenal giving Arteta a go now. But Chelsea were like the one-off. They brought managers in. If they didn't win something, they were out, and they brought somebody else in. And this was a hobby. This was a plaything for Abramovich.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone remembers. I remember seeing the cameras point home in on Abramovich after Drogba had scored the winning penalty to win them the Champions League. Was it 2012, 2013? And his face was just pure delight. And this was someone who had invested so much money and time and love into that club, and he that was his ultimate. That was him reaching the top of the mountain. And then you compare that with what we've got, with where all the fans are taken for mugs. So please, I don't really want to hear anything about where Chelsea are, because Abramovich did an amazing job at that club. Yep. Brought in Bruce Buck, brought in Marina Granovska, who was great negotiating with recruitment. He had some real winners in, and he brought people in who were football experts, which is something that our owners have never done.
Quickly, Ian, just quickly, news on Spurs. So Fabrizio Romano has just tweeted this. Is it still called a tweet now that it's X?
Yeah.
Okay, he's not X'd it. He's tweeted it.
We're still tweeting on X.
So Fabrizio Romano has tweeted in the last 2 minutes, Tottenham are now pushing to agree on the Axel Disasi deal with Chelsea as negotiations are ongoing today. As reported 2 days ago, Spurs want 2 centre-backs. There's Danso first after Dragashin's serious injury. Aston Villa agreed terms with Disasi, but not with Chelsea so far. So we're in a position now where Danso, possible Disasi, then you'll have Romero and Mickey van der Ven as well. There'll be no excuses. For me, there'll be 0 excuses when we get to that point. Here's the question, right? Because I've seen a lot of people in the chat already saying, Disasi shit, Disasi this. Look, I said this on the group chat earlier, Lubo. I'm not sure if you heard it. I know you were at the football, right? I said this. I want to know from people now if Danso, for example, is an Ange player, because you know what our club will do. He'll have a couple of good games and we'll all think that he's Maldini. And then when we start losing games and Danso's in the 11, those same people will change their mind to, yeah, but he wasn't an Ange player. Ange wasn't backed. So I'm asking right now, is this an Ange player? Has Ange been backed with Danso? Or are we going to use the same excuse we do for every player if we lose games? Just asking for a friend, Lubo.
No idea. Never seen Danso play, as I said. Couldn't tell you.
You see my point, right? Ian, you see my point?
Of course. I don't know. I think people react with their heart, don't they, with football? It's such a passionate game.
Sure.
That, you come out, I come out, I'm really pissed off for days. Spurs win the next game, and I come out and I'm full of life and I'm buzzing. It takes you up and brings you down. And I think that's also reflected in comments that people give. Listen, everyone has an opinion. I think you've got to look at a player over a period of time. Does he settle into that system? If not, why have we bought him? It was like, why buy Soldado when he scored all his goals with wingers either side of him that went down the line and pulled the ball back? He came and joined Spurs. AVB had Townsend and Lennon, who were playing on opposite sides to their best feet, and they were cutting in, they were inverting in, and Soldado never got started. And you just got to look at, is he suitable for the system? I think that's the key. I've never seen him, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, by the way, I've just been looking. Disasi is on £80,000 a week at Chelsea, so he's one of Chelsea's lower earners. Sure. So I'm guessing that the wages shouldn't be an issue. Look, we will move away from the signings for the moment, but as I said, like, I like Disasi. I like Danso. Disasi, I need to see more of. Disasi's one of them that seems to be in the team, out the team, in the team, out the team. My big thing here, as always, Lubo, and I'll leave it here on transfers, is when they're in the club, what does Ange do with them? Because there's no point bringing in Danso, and then if Van der Ven and Romero are fit, we never see the guy play. For me, can he make it work? Do you know what I would do? For me, this just makes complete sense. Maybe I'm being too simplistic here. For me, what I would do is I'd play a back four of Porro, Romero, Danso, and Van der Ven. And then what I would do is when we're defending, we've got a back four. When we're attacking, shuffle Van der Ven across to be a back three, and Porro can go and join in. That's what the big clubs do. That is what I would do with that back four.
Well, I'd look at it slightly differently. I'd look at it purely from a squad strength, where you need 2 top players for every position. So if you say you've got Porro and Spence, you've got Mickey and Danso, you've got Diassi. Is he a centre back or a right back?
Yeah, Diassi and Romero. Yeah.
Right. So you've got those 2. Then you've got to strengthen the midfield. We need 3 midfield players. So you've got 2 centre backs, 3 midfield players. You've got to have, because to me, none of them are good enough. I feel very sorry for Bentancur. He's had 3 big injuries, 3 injuries, 2 big injuries since he came back. He's not the same player, and you need 3 big players there. You've got Graham Bergvall to bring through. You've got other players coming through as well. I thought, he's obviously not ready. But why was I buzzing Thursday night? I saw a comment here earlier. You got someone like Ajayi that comes on, never played a first team game, walking out in front of just under 58,000 fans, and it's like the pitch is his own. He's like the governor out there, gets the ball, surges in between 2 players, plays a 1-2, balls in the back of the net. Fantastic. The kid's been on 5 minutes, and that's what he's done. And that was absolutely brilliant to see someone come on. A lot of players will come on, they get the ball, they play the easy pass, they don't want to screw it up on their debut. He's come on, he's taken the ball by the horns. I'm the governor here. Bang, balls in the back of the net. Fantastic. That's what we want. Those are the sort of players we want.
I agree. I agree. Look, do you know what? More than anything, what I want a new manager with these players. That's what I want, because I want a manager that's got ideas. Look, the kickoff is in 4 minutes. So this is my time to get Lubo's score prediction before I kick him off, and get all of your score prediction before we start the commentary. Guys and girls, let me know the score. If you put in just the 3-1, let me know. Is that 3-1 Spurs? Are we going home team first? Let me know. So, for example, Mark, is this 3-0 Brentford? Lubo, just before I say goodbye to you, because I know I'm seeing you later, so it's not goodbye forever. Give me a score prediction. Tottenham away at Brentford.
2-1 Brentford. And one other thing, Terry O'Shea, Terry, can you contact me? There's something you put on Twitter that I need to speak to you about. Cheers, mate. Thanks, and I'll see you later. Come on, you Spurs.
Thank you, Lubo. Guys. So Lubo has gone with a 2-1 to Brentford, a 4-1 Brentford. If anyone does this, I'm assuming it's Brentford and the score first. We'll get to those scores in a minute. The team lineups as we approach kickoff. Brentford are with Hakon Valdemarson in goal. I don't know too much about him, if I'm brutally honest. A back 4, according to Sky Sports, of Ayer, Collins, Vandenberg, and Lewis Potter. Norgard and Janelt in front of them. I like both of those 2 players. Solid Premier League midfielders. You know what you're going to get. Mbuemo, Damsgaard, and Sharda in behind Visser, Johan Visser. So Visser and Mbuemo between them, I know, have got a lot of goals. Their bench is Icestone, Pinnock, Jensen, Carvalho, me, Yarmouk. And it went very quickly. I couldn't get you the last 3. Apologies. The Tottenham Hotspur lineup is Antonin Kinski in goal. A back 4 of Pedro Porro at right back, Archie Gray, Ben Davis, and Jed Spence at left back. The midfield 3 of Bentancur, Kulusevski, and Basuma. And then that means a front three of Mikey Moore, Richarlison, and Son. I think this is going to be tight. I don't see how we win. But Austin, Reggie, Bergvall, Sarr, Scarlett, Casanova, Ajayi, Ulasesi, and Hardy. And it's just gone off the screen, so I did have to do it that quick. Lots of scores. Brentford 4-1. Michael George thinks Spurs are going to win. Brentford 3-1. Brentford 3-1. Brentford will do a Forest on a 7-1. I can't see that. Yes. I think Damsgaard is a good little player, by the way. Most assists in a season. Damsgaard has got 8 so far this season. And guys and girls, for any of you who've never seen me before, I do go quite into depth, so I don't get as many comments throughout the game. I do apologize. So I am going to hopefully get the scoreboard ready. It looks like we're going to kick off very, very soon. I'm just checking, by the way. Ignore that timer. I always do that to check that it works. Ignore that timer. We have not kicked off. Frank and Ange are just hugging on the touchline. They did just show that we have won 1 of 11 Premier League games. 1 of 11. That is disgusting and the worst of any manager I can ever remember. You know my opinions. I want this guy gone. We'll see what happens. If you haven't liked, please do as we start the game. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Much love. Brentford are going to get us off and running. It looks like that's Damsgaard. Come on. Where's the Romano? Here we go. The referee looks at his watch, blows the whistle. Brentford kick off. And we are underway at the G-Tech Community Stadium as the ball is launched long by Brentford and headed back into the path of Richarlison by Basuma, but Richie was offside, and now Brentford can play the ball out the back. Lots of people going for big scorelines. As always, I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be a big scoreline, but I do worry. I do worry because Brentford are very good at home. We'll see. So big up to each and every one of you. Hopefully Spurs don't let us down today. Here's the ball played out wide to Lewis Potter. He tries to drive it forward, but it's hit Porro on the back and gone out of play for a throw into Brentford down in their left back area. Let me just make sure I've got the right players across the back four. I always get them wrong. So it's Vandenberg, Collins, and Aya. Yeah, Vandenberg, Collins, and Aya. Okay. Nothing's happened so far. Nice, calm game so far. I agree. Losing is not an option. As the Brentford goalkeeper plays the ball out wide to the right, it's played into midfield, won by Basuma. Spurs then give it away. Really poor from Son. Gives it away too easily. And here's Mbeumo going down the right-hand side. He flicks it on one more. The ball's played back into Mbeumo, but off of, I think that was Bentancur getting over there to put the ball out. But again, really, really poor from Son. His touch and control this season looks dreadful, doesn't it? If we're going to be brutally honest. His touch and control just so slow and lackadaisical. But here is, I want to say that that's Kevin Schade out on the right-hand side. Is that Schade? He goes back into, here we go. Oh, have Spurs nicked it? No, we haven't. Richarlison's pressing, but then the ball goes high into the air, flicked on by the Brentford player, cleared by Basuma, and then hooked not very well away by Porro. The ball's gone back into the box, cleared, and it's balled down on the box. He's going to have a shot, and it's blocked, and Spurs getting themselves into all sorts of worry there. And then Moore loses the ball terribly. Damsgaard wins it back. Damsgaard, tricky, but Porro has dealt with it and now can clear it, can he? Moore keeps it on, plays it down the line. Here's Kulusevski, back to Moore. Moore goes back into Richie. He goes back into Kulu. Maybe a chance for Spurs to build something up here from the right-hand side. I know we've gone back to the centre-halves as always. This is my problem with Tottenham. It's too slow. We have bodies pouring forward, and instead we slowed it down straight back into Gray and to Davis, and now we're doing that across the back really slowly. Davis sweeps the ball high, wide, and easily cleared by Brentford. And again, now they're going through and cleared by Bentancur. And as always, Spurs for me, very sloppy in possession. Very, very sloppy in possession. Let me just see. Somebody sent me something. What was that? Anyway, come to that later. Live. So there's a ball over the top by Brentford. That's going to go all the way out and all the way through to Kinski in the Brentford goal. And already you've seen early signs there that Spurs give the ball away and Brentford were very, very quick to pounce. Anyway, here's Ben Davies. Plays it off of Visser for a throw-in on the left-hand side. I'm not sure what's going on here. No, I agree, Mumba. I do agree with you. Anyway, throw into Tottenham. It's still not been taken, by the way. So if I ever go quiet, it means nothing's happened. Here is Jed Spence on the left. Gives it to Kulu. To Son, sorry. Son sweeps it all the way back to Davis. He goes into Kinski, who goes one more to Gray, and Spurs can build up out the back. Michael, it is absolutely shocking, isn't it? And you know, when I say some of our fan base have what they deserve, it's those people. Here's Bentancur to Porro. Spurs building down the right-hand side. And then Porro's ball was cleared by the Brentford player. And Brentford are trying to get it out. And then Mikey Moore with the foul on Sade. And Brentford have a free kick in their own half just by the penalty area. No, Van der Ven is just being monitored, apparently. Makes sense. If he's not fit, you don't put him in. Here's Brentford trying to bring the ball out the back into midfield. The ball's played down the line, cleared by Ben Davis into Son. Sonny's passed to Spence. Spence can drive through. Spence done well there. He's still driving, gives it to Kulu. Kulu driving through. He's had a shot. He's gone all right the way through. And Richarlison, he had a shot. It wasn't an amazing shot, but it just sort of dragged across the face of goal. We'll see if Richie was onside. Yeah, Richie was onside, but the ball went round the other side of the defender, and Richie just couldn't. He tried to slide in, but the ball had too much pace on it, and it went out. And it went out for a goal kick to Brentford. So that was better from Spurs. Again, we moved it quicker through midfield. Spence driving forward, moved it quicker. Spurs there with Basuma in the midfield. He's done really well there, Basuma. That's where he's good. Won the ball, turns, drives with the ball. That's what he is. He's not a number 6. Here's Gray. Plays it over to Ben Davis across the back. He goes down the line to Jed Spence. Sorry, not Jed Spence. Sorry, that was Son. Sorry, the actual sun in the sky is making it very difficult to see that half of the pitch. Here is Mikey Moore. He goes into Gray. Gray now back to Davis. We're having a bit of the football, not really doing a lot with it. Here's Jed Spence into Son, and Son loses the ball again. Luckily, the ricochet cannoned into Davis. Sonny, as he looks again, really poor. He started this game. Really, really poor. The ball goes across to Gray. Gray comes into Porro, who's going to sweep it down the line to Moore. And Moore cuts back inside to Bentancur. He goes back to Gray. It's all a bit slow. The Gray is caught on the ball, and really good pressing from Brentford. Archie Gray a little bit too lackadaisical there on the ball, and Visser closed him down, but Spurs win the throw. Bit of a nothingy game at the moment. And again, Archie Gray caught on the ball, and Visser has closed him down again. He's got to be quicker. He's got to be quicker on the ball, Archie Gray. That's twice in 1 minute that he's been caught on the ball. Archie Gray is our second youngest player to reach 10 Premier League starts, just so anyone knows. And now Brentford can get the ball all the way back to the goalkeeper. We've had a lot of the ball. Haven't really done anything. That one chance there. There's a long ball over the top. They have absolutely annihilated our high line. The ball's whipped across and it's gone out for a corner. And that is worrying. That is very worrying. Look at this. This is truly worrying. I don't know if he would have been offside, but one ball over the top undid our entire back four. Ange ball at his best. One ball. Our entire back four was on the halfway line. Really poor that. And now Brentford have a corner. Again, wasn't it, James? One ball over the top. That's not injuries. That's the way the team is set up. Anyway, Brentford with a corner. Jed Spence is marking Aya, who is huge. The corner's whipped in. Back post. It's gone to the edge of the box. And now Brentford can build again. They're going to go out wide, are they? No, it's dinked to the back post again. Clipped away really well by Richarlison. And then Kulu can bring it down. Tries to drive away. He does. He's so left-footed, though, isn't he? There's the ball over the top. Not a good ball from Kulu. The problem with Kulu when he's on this right is he's so left-footed that the defenders know what he's going to do. But an opportunity there to play a good ball down the channel, but just didn't have enough oomph on the pass. Anyway, here's Porro on the right-hand side. Plays a ball over the top. Cleared by the Brentford defence. Then won by Kulu. And he's just dispossessed again. Always dispossessed. I told you the other day. He is always dispossessed. Always. Got to do better there for me. Kulu's got the ball. Edge of the box. Got to bring it under control. So easily dispossessed as a footballer. Anyway, there's the ball over the top by Brentford. This time, Spence does very well. Gets his head on it. And now Bentancur picks it up. Goes into Basuma. And Basuma goes out wide to Son. And Spurs can slow the game down. Spence gives the ball away. He tried to play an ambitious ball. He gives it away. And here's Visser. We haven't seen too much of him yet. But here's Aya down the right-hand side. Aya whips the ball into Mbuemo, whose control wasn't good. And Bentancur can clear. It's crazy. It's going to get undone. You know it's going to get undone. By the way, in Akawatch, Fiorentina 1. Fiorentina 1, Genoa 0. Fiorentina 1, Genoa 0 for anyone that cares. And by the way, at Old Trafford, it's Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0 after 10 minutes. I completely agree, Angus, but he'll do something in a minute and people will go, he's brilliant. I think he's got a lot of work to do for me. Here's Gray at the back. Again, pretty slow at the back here. Here's Archie Gray. He's going to go out wide to Porro. This is still in our own half. Back to Gray. Gray's going to go back to Kinski. It's too slow for me. It's too slow in the build-up. It's not dynamic enough. Here's Kinski. Gets his feet all sorts of wrong. Gives the ball away to Sade. Sade now is going to play out wide. We've got bodies back, but really poor from the goalkeeper. And Mbuemo takes on Spence. Beats him, whips the ball across, the header off of the centre half. Oh, I thought that was a corner. Again, Kinski's had a mare there. Kinski's had an absolute mare. His control, let's have a look. His first touch, he missed the ball, then rolls it out into the centre of the park to no one other than Sade. And Sade played it out wide. The ball whipped in by Mbuemo. The cross came in. I thought it was a corner, but hey, he's given a goal kick. And now Spurs, can we go forward? No, between Son and Richarlison, they give it away, but Basuma mops up and Basuma plays a ball into Kulu. Kulusevski now goes into Son, who's come all the way over to this right-hand side. Back to Kulu, back to Bentancur. Oh, I'll tell you what, I don't know what they work on in training. I really don't. It's so sloppy. Here's Richarlison out on the left-hand side. He goes inside to Davis. Davis to Gray. I'd love to see how many times our centre-backs pass to each other in a game. I think it must be huge. Here's Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore plays it into Kulu. Kulu, again, gives the ball away too easily for me. He had time and his pass just wasn't good. And it's a free kick for the foul given away by Porro. And again, I know people have a go at me, but Kulu, again, he's got time to make the pass, to look up, and his pass is poor. It's slow. It doesn't reach its man. And he gives the ball away again. Telling you, it's too slow. And anyway, here's Brentford going to build up from the back. They go into their goalkeeper. I agree with this. I don't think he's played well for a long time. And now it's a throw in to Tottenham. Kulu closing down Keane at Lewis Potter. So 13 minutes and 45 seconds gone. And it is Brentford 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Brentford now trying to play it out from the back. Keane Lewis Potter plays the ball down the line. It's then played one more, but it's gone out of play. Is it? No. Porro's kept it in. Here's Gray. He plays it back to Kinski, whose feet hopefully are better than before. Kinski rolls it out to Davis. Davis plays a ball in. There's a good ball down the line there to Spence, but Mbuemo saw the danger, got over there and cleared it. Here's Spence. He's driving down that left-hand side, but he's being doubled up on. He's done well there and then tried to play the ball out, but Brentford have cleared it. And now Brentford have played the long ball. Davis has missed his kick. Visser can bring it down. He's left it for Damsgaard. Brentford have got players over across. Here's Sade. He brings it down. We've got bodies back, but Sade's brought it down, held onto the ball well. He's got 3 men for company, and in the end, we get rid of it. And then Kulu gives the ball away again. He's doing my head in. Kulu and giving the ball away should be, it's synonymous. It's synonymous. And he's giving it away again. Honestly, I can't be the only person that sees this. I cannot be the only person that sees how poor Kulu is on the ball. And people tell me he's been one of the best midfielders in the league. He gets into any team. He bloody doesn't. So poor. Oh my gosh. Oh. Anyway, here's Archie Gray across to Ben Davis. You can see it though, right? You can see that they are going to counter us. We know they're not going to have more of the ball than us. We know that, but they're going to counter us. Here's Mikey Moore on the right-hand side. And again, he goes back to Porro, back to Gray. It's all a little bit slow for me. Can Spence inject some? Spence turned, had the right idea, wrong execution, and he's given the ball away straight to the goalkeeper. Sorry, Savva, because you look like a happy clapper. Sorry, Savva, I'm laughing because it's funny, but I don't know what this means. What do you mean, Rinketic? I don't understand what that means. Anyway, there's the ball cleared by Brentford, given away. Here's Kulu, lays it off to Basuma. Basuma plays the ball through to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore couldn't bring it under control, and Brentford can clear, and they do into the midfield. Here is Visser, holds the ball up, and then the foul in the midfield, and they have a free kick. Brentford have a free kick for the foul. Honestly, another one gives the ball away for fun. It's too, I don't know, just, you want someone with a bit of composure. But anyway, Brentford 0, Tottenham 0, 17 minutes gone. No real clear-cut chances, but Spurs have had the ball. Brentford look very dangerous on the break, but we're having most of the football as you would expect. Sonny knocks the ball down. Luke gives the ball away as you would expect. He's gone, isn't he? I'm sorry. He's gone. There's the ball into Damsgaard. Damsgaard takes on 1, takes on 2, plays the ball down the line, and Davis gets his body in the way, and Spence can clear it up. It goes back to Gray. Gray plays it off of Visser for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. I don't think it would. It's too error prone. It's too wide open. It's too open. Anyway, here's a oh no, Siphon, no. When they give the ball away where there's no pressure under them with simple passes. No, and that's not how football works. Top teams don't give the ball away as much as this. So go to another stream if you're going to be an idiot. There's Damsgaard. He plays the ball wide to Sade, who's in the box. Sade takes on one, takes on two, shoots, blocked by Archie Gray. That was a good chance for Sade. And then Kulusevski is tackled by, I can't see who that was, maybe Janelt or Norsgaard, and it's a throw-in. I mean, Sade, he went through Kulu and Porro like they weren't there, and then blocked shot by Archie Gray. And now Brentford win the ball back from our throw-in. And Brentford just look like every time they go forward, they look like something might happen. No clear-cut opportunities, but they do look like they're getting some clear-cut opportunities. And Sade looks like he's been their danger man. There's a ball swept forward. That's a wonderful ball. Damsgaard brings it down, but Spence just does enough to get in the way. And now Basuma is running forward. He's lost out to Damsgaard, who plays the ball, to Norgard. And Buemo gives the ball away. Here's Kulu. Kulu does well, holds off on Buemo. Now Kulu driving forward, turns, cuts in and goes to Bentancur. Everything has slowed down. Oh, you can see it, Simon. You can absolutely see it. Here's Sonny on the left. Plays it into Spence, who whips the ball in. It's gone all the way through. Mikey Moore lays it off. Shoot. It's blocked. Oh, Kulu's shot was blocked. Tottenham had a real chance there. I can't stop because now there's the break at the other end. Here's Visser. Good tackle, but Brentford have still got it. What good footwork. Brilliant footwork by Damsgaard. What a good little player Damsgaard is. Now the ball's with Mbeumo. Mbeumo now tries to play the overlapping ball, but it's lost by him, and Son puts it out for a throw-in. The ball by Son into Spence. Played it across. Richie's little dink managed to get to Moore. He laid it back to Kulu, and the shot was blocked. Brentford had 2-3 players there, and Kulu didn't really have the space there, the gap to find. Anyway, the game's really starting. It's really starting to open up a bit here. It's starting to open up, and Mbeumo now has got the ball on the right-hand side. He now gives it to Damsgaard, twists, turns, lays it off to Aya. Aya now is going to go back inside to Van der Berg. Van der Berg now plays it out wide. I think this is Janelt, who's gone out wide to Keane Lewis Potter. I think 27 is Janelt. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. And Keane Lewis, Janelt again, dinks the ball over the top. Spurs don't get rid of it. Really poor again. Sade into Damsgaard. He is a problem. And now the ball is at the feet of, he's cut in by Aya. He's laid it off to Mbeumo. And Mbeumo dinks it to the back post. Header cleared by Porro. Mikey Moore's missed his kick. And Sade's got the ball. We are dreadful, aren't we? We cannot defend to save our lives. The ball whipped in and cleared. Brilliant headed clearance by Ben Davies. But Mbeumo's going to come again. We are under pressure here. Not back to Aya. Whipped in. Ben Davies again clears it. And now Brentford are piling on the pressure. And the ball is whipped in. Visser, header, wide. And I tell you what, I just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling it's coming. We're not drilled well at all at the back. We are not set up well at all to deal with overloads. And Brentford are getting more and more joy when they're going forward at the moment. Ugh. And Brentford have won the ball again in midfield. There's the ball over the top. Ben Davies should mop that up. And Ben Davies has made an absolute hatch of that. Brentford coming forward again. Here's Mbeumo. Plays the ball through. This time Ben Davies gets the ball and clears. Oh, no, I'm not doing Arsenal and Man City as well. I'm live at 7:30. There's a ball down the line, cleared by Brentford. And have you noticed when Brentford get the ball at the back, it's like they're organised. They're an organised unit. When you look at Spurs, we just look so meh. Now Brentford have won the ball in the midfield again with Janelt. And there's the ball played through. Can Sonny win that? He can. No, he can't. But Mbuemo can't keep hold of it, and Bentancur mops up. Oh, this is it's one of them. You can kind of see what's going to happen, can't you? Here's Bentancur. Goes into Davis. And Bentancur into Porro. Back to Gray. This is what we have to do, I suppose. We have to keep the ball because when they've got it, they look dangerous. However, here's Bentancur. Space in the midfield. Gives it to Spence. He shoots. Poor shot. Hits the back of a Brentford defender. I mean, he gets teams organised, doesn't he? Here's Mikey Moore. Whips across in to the back post. It's cleared. And now Brentford are going to try and run through. The refs... The Brentford players asking for a foul. The ref said no. Here's Pedro Porro. He has a shot, and it's high, and it's wild. And, sorry, was that Porro? Might have been Moore. Apologies. No, I think it was Porro. Mikey Moore whips the ball in. It was cleared well at the back post, and then Brentford gave it away. Good clearance there at the back. Good clearance. Mikey Moore. You know, he's doing some okay things for me. Doesn't quite look up to speed with the Premier League, but he's only young. Got to give him a chance. He needs time. But there's the ball played down the line by Brentford. One in the air by Sade. And then they're asking for a handball. They're not going to get it again, Brentford. And now Tottenham with Bentancur. I need to see more from Bentancur, if I'm brutally honest, as his ball forward goes safely into the arms of the goalkeeper. I need to see more from Bentancur. I really do. I don't know if he's balling out. He's been caught on it a lot. I think we're very easily pleased, aren't we, if we think this is balling out. It was a good cross, but I'm not really sure balling out is the right word. And Brentford are in again down the left-hand side. Here's Visser. One-on-one with Ben Davis in the right back area. Visser's going to take his man on. He then drives across the edge of the box. Great turn. What a good turn that was. And luckily, Archie Gray had got himself in a really good position. And here is Collins. And Collins has pushed Richarlison over, and it's a foul and a free kick to Tottenham. Tell you what, though, this counter-attack, you can just see it. You can just see it. You can see that this counter-attack at some point is going to get them in properly, one-on-one with Kinski. Here's Archie Gray. Sweeps the ball forward and headed it clear easily. Poor ball by Gray. And then the ball cleared by Brentford, only as far as Porro, who keeps the ball in. Does he? Yes, he does. I agree. I'd like to see Son move to the right and let Moore move out to the left. Davis now plays the ball out to Moore on the right-hand side. Here's Kulu, and I'm not allowed to say it. Kulu gives the ball away again in an easy position. Damsgaard, what a good ball that is by Damsgaard. Into Mbuemo. He's gone past Spence, cuts in, shoots, and the ball is into the arms of Kinski. Again, one ball. Damsgaard is what we don't have in our midfield. Someone who's getting on the ball and switching that play really quickly as Brentford clear the ball only as far as Richarlison. His Son, can he cut in and make something happen? He lays the ball off to Moore, to Son. He's cut it off. Not happened, but he's fallen to Basuma, whose shot is blocked and it goes out for a corner. Daniel Levy, I've said this for a long time. I've said it for a long time. Kulu, for me, I've never seen a player give the ball away as much as this man. And Mbuemo over the top there, cutting. Look at this ball from Damsgaard. Over the top. He's onside. Takes the ball down on his foot. Cuts in past Spence. Didn't get the execution of the shot right. But again, it's another warning sign. They are getting in behind us. It's another warning sign. So a corner kick for Tottenham to do something on the 28th minute. Son whips it in. It's in. Spurs have scored from the corner. We're 1-0 up. It's 1-0 to Tottenham Hotspur. I didn't even see who scored it. Brentford, for all of their hard work and endeavour, the corner, I think it might have gone straight in all the way through. Let me see that again. It is Tottenham Hotspur winning 1-0 away at Brentford. The corner came all the way through, and it just seemed like it might have gone right the way through. Let's have a look again. Sonny with the ball, whips it in. I think it's gone all the way through. Let's have a look. The corner comes in. The keeper has... Oh, no, what's happened? The corner's whipped in by Son. Here you go. This angle will show us better. Whipped in by Son. It's hit. 1-0. Who cares? It's an own goal. It's an own goal. Who cares? A much-needed goal from Tottenham. And it's hit the back of... I think it's Janelt. It's hit the back of Janelt and gone in. Nothing the bloke could have done. Good corner from Sonny. And Tottenham Hotspur just checking that VAR aren't going to do anything silly. I don't think there's anything there to call off. And Tottenham, we have something to hold on to. We have to hold on to this again. Right, as I say, nothing silly between now and half time. Tottenham have the lead with an own goal. Good corner from Son. The keeper looked like he was going to come and clear it, but it's actually hit the back of Janelt and gone in. Nothing he could have done. But the corner was put into a dangerous area. And now Spurs have given the ball away again by Son. They're going to come down the right-hand side. Damsgaard's going to whip this in. And it's off Basuma for a corner. So Tottenham have the lead, 1-0. I wouldn't say it's against the run of play, but we haven't really done a lot. Doesn't really matter in this circumstances. Nothing silly. Nothing silly. Listen, nothing silly. Got to get... Somehow, we've got to get a win by hook or crook. It's a corner kick to Brentford. 30 minutes gone. Switch on for the corner, Spurs. Switch on. Corner kick's going to be whipped in by Mbuemo. High, deep into the 6-yard box. Good clearance by Ben Davies. He's done a lot of those clearances today. Fiorentina 2-0 up, by the way, in that game. Fiorentina 2-0 up. There's a ball over the top by Brentford. Cleared by Spurs, but only as far as, I think that's Janelt again. And now, Tottenham Hotspur, something to hold on to. Something to hold on to as Sky Sports camera's gone down. That's great. Come on, Sky Sports, sort this out. And now Brentford bringing the ball out from the back. Here's Damsgaard, who's been the best player on the pitch for me. A good ball from Damsgaard again. What a touch by whoever that was. And Mbuemo through on our goal. Here he is. Dinks it to the middle. Cleared by Bentancur. We've been quite good, actually, at clearing the ball in the air today. Here's Mbuemo. Again, we've got bodies back. Mbuemo lays it all the way back. And Brentford have got us pinned into the final third. And now we've got all of our bodies back. But Mbuemo's got the ball on the right-hand side. He's going to cut in, is he? No, he lays it off. And now, the ball's fallen to Brentford in the box. And it's cleared. And I think the lino has said goal kick. I think the ball had gone out. And Tottenham have kept their 1-0 lead. So Tottenham 1-0 up. Oh, dear. Yeah, so I'm looking at the corner again. Yeah, for me, I think the keeper's got to be stronger there. For me, the keeper's the wrong side of the players to start with. He needed to come out and go through everyone. He didn't, and Brentford paid the price. But here they are again, right-hand side. Damsgaard whips the ball in, cleared again. Back to Damsgaard, brings it down on his chest. He whips it across, cleared again. Tottenham are having to deal with a lot of crosses from Damsgaard here. He's been the star player in this game, Damsgaard, for me. Damsgaard again, through ball into Aya. He's into our box. It's dropped to them. The shot. Kinski saves it. Should have saved it, but did. And it's gone out for a corner. Brentford piling on pressure. We are having to deal with a lot of balls into our box at the moment. The ball came in Aya, really weak from Bentancur. It fell to, was it Janelt? Straight at Kinski. He had to save it. It was straight at him. There's no way that's ever going to go in. To be honest, it was straight at him. And in honesty, for me, it was a bit weak goalkeeping, if I'm honest. But hey, people are saying great save. I mean, it was straight at him. Anyway, the ball's going to come in from Damsgaard again, middle of the box, headed across, cleared. Tell you what, we are having to deal with a lot of headed clearances. Aya whips it back in. Gray heads it clear. Sonny, poor clearance. And now Brentford again are going to get more balls into our box. I tell you what, a lot of crosses coming in. A lot of crosses coming into our box here. We've dealt with it well so far. And there's the ball cleared by Spurs. We nearly broke away in there, but couldn't quite get to it. And then Richarlison, who's got dreadful hold-up play, hasn't he? But wins the ball back, then plays it down the line. We're in here. Here's Kulu, plays the ball across. Too slow by Mikey Moore, not strong enough, and cleared again. Not strong enough from Mikey Moore. Got to be stronger. Got to be stronger than that. The ball, Kulu played a good ball into Moore. If we have a look here, yeah, it was all a bit too easy. All a bit too easy there. For me, you've got to get that out and have a dig. But again, he's young. He'll learn. No, there wasn't enough in that. Not enough in that. I think, no, sorry, Mikey. Not enough in that, mate. You've got to be a bit stronger. Here is Brentford bringing the ball out from the back. Again, we've got to get to half-time, still winning, because they are having a lot of the ball here. They've given it away this time, though, to Kulu. Kulu to Porro. Porro dinks the ball over the top. I think the defender's going to have far too much pace for Kulu there. He does. And it's back at the feet of the Brentford goalkeeper. Never dull being a Spurs fan, is it? Never, ever dull being a Spurs fan. But we've got something to hang on to. And a free kick this time given away by, I think, Jed Spence on Mbuemo. But that's why I think it wasn't a good save. For me, it's straight at him. It's got to go wide. For me, that's just me. But oh, Richie got away with one there, didn't he? Oh, Richie. Anyway, here's Brentford down the left-hand side this time. They've gone into Damsgaard. Damsgaard's been really good today. Let me know what you think in the chat. I think Damsgaard's been really, really good. In the other game, it's still Man United 0, Palace 0. As Brentford build up again through the midfield. They're going to go out wide left. Damsgaard puts the ball into Keane Lewis Potter. Cuts in. Jinks to go right, then goes left, then right, now left again. Now he lays it back to Damsgaard. He's going to put the ball into the box. It's flicked on and wide by Sade. Again, Brentford are coming at us. They are flying forward with numbers when they do get the ball. I think he got away with something there, didn't he? If we're going to be honest. But Brentford starting to pile on the pressure like they did before the goal. But it's been a very even game in terms of everything, apart from I think Brentford have had a bit more sustained pressure. But here is Sonny on the left. He cuts in, shoots, and it's hit the Brentford player and rebounded all the way back to Spence in the left back area. Spence is going to come forward here. I don't know what the ref kind of grow up. I think the refs had a really good game here. I think we were very lucky to get away with a Richarlison tackle there. I don't know what this means. I'm just going to block you if you keep being silly, Kenneth. Here's Kulu, plays the ball across. There's no one in the box. Oh, no. The ball was played into the channel. Kulu laid it back across, I would say across the 6-yard box. It was literally across 2-3 yards out. There was no one in there. And the Brentford player swept it wide for a corner kick. So a corner kick from the same side in which we scored from. That was better from Kulu there. That was much better. He carried the ball, played it across. Have Tottenham got a second in us to give ourselves a really good commanding lead going into half-time. Here's another corner from Sonny. From the left-hand side. It's going to be floated in, right-footed. The ball's whipped in, headed clear. the refs stopped the game because I saw that Janelt, let's have a look here. Janelt ended up in, Basuma has pushed him into the goal. The refs stopped the game. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Janelt and Basuma scrapping, and then Basuma pushing him to the ground. All schoolboy stuff there. All schoolboy stuff. But we've got something to hold on to. Something to hold on to. The ref's just talking to both of them at the moment, by the way. You're not missing out on anything. In the other game, it is still Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 0. Let's see. There is Barcelona a 1-0 up against Alaves. For anyone that cares about the Spanish league, Lewandowski scoring. I mean, it's always Lewandowski, isn't it? He's a goal-scoring machine. Anyway, back here at the G-Tech, corner kick. Can Spurs get a second? Lots of pushing, shoving. Corners whipped in, and this time it's flicked over high and wide, and it's a goal kick to Brentford. Lots of scrapping in that 6-yard box. Look at them. They're pushing and shoving and cajoling and whatever word you want to see, but just nothing silly. As I always say, nothing silly now. We could be going in half-time, 1-0 up at a difficult away ground. Let me just have a look on Acca Watch. Remain logged in. Spurs now play it out well. Archie Gray across the back. Now Tottenham have the ball on the left-hand side with Sonny. He's gone back in to Bentancur. He's just on the halfway line. He's giving it to Basuma. Basuma's got grass to run into here. Basuma drives, runs, shoots, low. It was not a problem for the keeper, but that's much better from Basuma. Driving with the ball, driving forward, and getting Spurs up the pitch. Really good play from Brentford. Here's Mbuemo. He's gone past Son. Sonny's brought down Mbuemo, and Sonny is going to be booked for a foul to stop the counter-attack. Some might say that that's a good foul to concede. I wouldn't disagree because Brentford looked like they were away at full pace. Let's see him do some bits first. I think you've got to, everyone does this with young players. I think we go a little bit too overboard. I've not really seen anything in this game from him yet, but he's young. Let's let him build and grow and nurture. And, this season is just about getting minutes in his legs for me. Anyway, it's a free kick on the halfway line. The Brentford keeper's come all the way up to the halfway line to take it. He's going to play the ball to the back of the penalty area. It's headed across. Brentford have won it. Then sliced clear by Bentancur. Brentford can't clear it. Mikey Moore loses the ball. And now here's Kevin Schade. Spurs win it back, and it's a free kick. I don't know what for. Let's see. It's all got very scrappy in there, but I'll take scrappy. If it gets us to half time. Just nothing silly. Mikey Moore brought the ball down. Schade knocked him off at ease. Again, I think what you're seeing here is Mikey Moore, again, it's the youthfulness. He's not the strongest. So they're knocking him off the ball really easily. That will come with age. They'll bulk him out. He'll get stronger. He'll learn how to ride tackles. But anyway, here's a free kick on the left-hand side. This one's going to be whipped into the penalty area, you would think, probably deep to the back post. Brentford every Brentford and Spurs player is in a line along the 18-yard box. It looks like this is going to be either Damsgaard or no. Damsgaard has run away from the ball. And Mbuemo whips it in left-footed to the back post. The keeper comes. Good punch this time. Much better punch from Kinski. And now Spence on the left-hand side goes down to Kulu. Kulu keeps it in. Lays it back to Gray in our own box. And Gray spreads the ball out wide to Porro on this right-hand side. There's the ball forward by Porro, given away. But we win it back with Son. Son now lays the ball off to Pedro Porro. And we've got time to build again here. Here's Archie Gray into Davis. Nothing silly, please, Spurs. Nothing silly. Don't give it away here and let them creep in before half time. Here's Basuma to Archie Gray. Archie Gray goes down the line to Richie. And Spence, good ball into Richie. He's running, put the ball in, and then a good tackle. A really, really good tackle, if we're honest, on Richie, who was too slow, far too slow from Richie. He should have whipped that ball in first time. He didn't, and the defender did brilliantly. But Spurs win it back again. Basuma out wide to Son. Sonny goes back to Jed Spence on the left-hand side. He goes into Bensoncourt. He comes across to Porro. Porro out wide to Mikey Moore. Has he got a chance here to run at his player again? Yeah, I've not really. I mean, he's young. I'm not judging him. It's been his best game today, Mikey Moore. And now Brentford calmly play it out from the back. They're still messing about with it. Have gone back into the keeper. And now they've managed to get the ball all the way over to the right back, who goes into Damsgaard. Damsgaard turns, heads up. He's been magnificent this game. I think Damsgaard, let me know what you think. I think Damsgaard's been brilliant in this game. What a really good playmaker he is. Gets on the ball, drops deep, turns, sprays it wide. Good footballer. Here's Janelt. He goes out wide now to Aya. Aya's got, I think that's Kevin Sharda, who's pulled out wide to the right. Here's Brentford. Look, Spurs have got 20 seconds plus injury time to hold on here. Get in at half-time 1-0, and you never know. We've been so burnt as Spurs fans, haven't we? Anyway, here's Keane Lewis Potter. He's going to run at Mikey Moore, is he? He plays a ball down the line to Mbuemo. The ball's fired across off of Archie Gray and out for a corner. And again, it was that one ball down the channel, a really good ball down the channel. It took out two Spurs players. If you look at Richarlison here, put it across. Great defending by Sade. They're just showing the replay. Anyway, we're into injury time. Shouldn't be too much, you would think. Maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes of injury time. It's a corner kick from Damsgaard, the number 24. Again, I've been really impressed with him. And they're having an argument about, is the ball in the quadrant? The ball is hanging over the quadrant. I love that. I love how silly it is. Damsgaard whips it in. Corner kick, near post, headed high over by Tottenham and Van den Berg. It was a good shot. It was a good clearance because Van den Berg was waiting there to head that home 1-0. And it's another corner for Brentford and for Damsgaard. Damsgaard does the same as before, leaves the ball hanging over the quadrant. He's going to whip this in, near post. It's gone wide, and Mbuemo pulls it down. Shot, great shot that's hit Richarlison square in the face and gone out for a throw-in. It was a very good effort. And Richarlison, to be fair to him, let's see if he knew a lot about it. The ball fell to Mbuemo, and he did well. He did really well. Credit where it's due from Richie. It was on the half volley. It's going towards goal, and it's hit Richie. Richie's gone straight down, and now it's out for a throw. And Tottenham just have to see this out. There's the ball, long throw, flicked on. It's gone over everyone to Pedro Porro. They're going to head the ball back in. And now Tottenham have got a chance to break, have we? Down the line to Son in the last few seconds of the first half. Here's Sonny. Can he take his man on? Sonny, what have you got in the locker? And it's all so slow. It's gone all the way back to Basuma. Basuma now plays the ball wide to Porro. Spurs could get a second here on the stroke of half-time, and it's cleared by Brentford, and that is the half-time whistle. I am shattered. The main talking points are Tottenham Hotspur are winning this game. We are 1-0 up, so this is exactly the same as last week. 1-0 up at half-time. So can Tottenham hold on unlike last week? It's been a decent game of football. They've had chances. We've had a few chances. They've overloaded us very well. And And I think that where we've done better today, I think Davis especially has done very well with balls coming into our box. He's headed everything clear. Brentford will feel like they've done enough to probably not be going in losing. We don't care. At the moment, 3 points at the moment. I am absolutely shattered. Guys and girls, 5 words. Let me know what you think. For me, I would just say, so far we are winning. That's what I would say. It's not been good to watch. It's been scrappy in areas. We've done some decent things, but we're winning 1-0. And that's the main thing. It's now going to be a big halftime team talk for both Thomas Frank and for Ange Postecoglou. Matteo has said this smells like Leicester game. Well, look, we're 1-0 up. We're 1-0 up. That's the main thing as it stands. As I've said, we've got to get a win by hook or crook. We've got to get a win. We've got some big away games coming up in the cup, and we need to win this battle today. Otherwise, we are going to find ourselves 16th in the Premier League. As it stands, we've moved into 14th because West Ham still have to play. We're above West Ham at the moment on goal difference. At the moment, Palace on 28 points, Tottenham on 27, West Ham 27, Everton 26, Wolves 19, Leicester 17, Ipswich 16, Southampton 9. So at the moment for me, this is the 3 points that would see us in no relegation trouble. Still an embarrassing league position, but for me, no relegation worries. So we've got 45 minutes to make sure that all that hard work in the first half pays off. It's been scrappy at times. We've done some good bits. I'm not going to say we haven't. For me, it looks like, and again, I don't know what you guys think. I still say we're better when we counterattack. Every game we counterattack, we look better than the game when we have more of the football. Lubo, what did you make of it?
Decent first half. Better than we played away for a little while.
I would agree. Yeah,
you know,
I would
there's
agree
a bit
with
of fight. No, there's a bit of fight. They're trying to win the balls. You know, they've had pressure, Brentford. We've seen it off. They've done well at the back. You know, with some last-ditch headers away, and they've defended corners all right. There's been Kinski gave the ball away when it was easier to hit Basuma, I thought, but that was panicking. But other than that, no, it's okay. It's decent. It's okay.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think we've done some good things. I think we've done, again, the high line's going to kill us. If we keep doing that, they're going to get in. And we've seen it with Sade and Buemo.
He's fast. Sade after Mickey, I think, is one. He's up there with him in terms of the fastest clocked players in the Premier League. So why they're playing the high line with him there, God only knows.
I'll tell you what. I mean, what I will say before we go into Tottenham, I think Damsgaard's been brilliant. I think Damsgaard's given a really good account of what a technical footballer looks like. Getting the ball, dropping deep, spraying wide right, spraying left, quick passes into the forwards. We've got to watch that because if they break, Damsgaard has shown he will find that pass. But equally, Lubo, I think we've looked better today counter-attacking. I think we've looked, when we've moved it slowly across the middle and the back, I think we look poor. When we counter-attack, I actually think we look better, which is why I think a counter-attacking doesn't always have to be counter-attack, which is why I don't think this style of play works with these players. Counter-attacking for me looks better.
I'm just looking at the stats. We've had just under 51% possession. Our XG is 0.37. And theirs is 1.14. We've had 10 shots to their 9 and 1 shot on target to their 2. So the keepers haven't been stretched particularly.
No.
So,
I think it's been quite an even game.
Yeah, sorry, 2 goalkeeper saves to their 1, 8 fouls to their 1, 2 corners to their 5, and 15 touches in their box to Brentford's 28 in ours. So,
yeah, I mean, as I said, I think, look, it's not, listen, this hasn't been a game where we're going to look back and go, God, what a performance. But we're a team that has won 1 in 11 I said before the game, Lubo, I'll say it to you now. We need 3 points by hook or by crook. We now need to go into this second half and fight, because what we tend to do in second halves is come out and capitulate. We need everybody to I hate this saying, but we need everyone to kind of man up here and dig in and fight and scrap. And I don't care if we win this 1-0 and it's scrappy for. We've got to dig in. We've got to dig in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we go up to 13th if we win this. I think. Unless, mind you, do we know the United score?
The Man United's 0-0. So at the moment, Crystal Palace are 1 point ahead of us. We are 14th, but we are level on points with West Ham and above them on goal difference.
We always should be above West Ham, shouldn't we? Yes, much bigger club.
We bloody well should be. Yeah, we should be. But they've got a game in hand. Yeah, that's my big.
How good are Gray and Spence playing, Sav? How good are Gray and Spence playing? The two of them, terrific.
Yes, for me, Gray just needs to. He keeps getting caught on the ball. I think he needs to move it quicker, but his defending has been very good. For me, I think when Gray moves it quicker, he's better. I think we do too much. I don't know what you think, and this isn't just Gray and Davis. I think we do too much of this across the back too. Slow, ponderous, waiting for the other team to press us. I think Gray's done well today. I think Spencer's done well. I think Porro, for me, again, lots of joy down this left-hand side for Janel and Keane Lewis Potter.
Awesome,
and Vissa, there's lots of room down there. I agree with you. I do agree with you, though. I never thought I'd see us so happy to be 13th or 14th in the Premier League table. But look, I go back to this, Ian, purely because of what we've seen evidence this year. We need this to be a game where we come out and get the second, rather than a game where we go, oh my God, we've come out and in the first 5 minutes, Brentford have hit us back. Because then it's going to be a long afternoon.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, I mean, it's okay. Today, it's much, much better. They're fighting for these balls. I think Richie up front is putting in a shift. It's just a shame he wasn't on the end. Just a shame he wasn't there on the end of Kulu's cross when he was nowhere, and the first ball in the first couple of minutes where the ball went across and he just missed it. It's a shame. He's working hard. He'll come off. Yeah. I think he'll push Sonny in the middle on about an hour. I'm just trying to think, who will he bring on to play wide? He might bring Ajayi on to play wide. I'd switch Mikey Moore over to the left, definitely, because he's far better on the left than he is on the right, far more comfortable. Let's see what happens. I don't see Richie lasting more than an hour because he's got to ease him back in. He's not match fit totally. So
look, I agree that he's worked hard. I just think he's a really poor footballer. He works hard. He chases down. He tackles. I think the problem with Richie, it's those moments where you want that little bit of composure, which is the difference between being a top player and Richie. But I can't fault his work rate. Fair play for putting his head on the in the way of Mbeumo's shot there. But
you need that because if you've got Sonny up front, Sonny doesn't give any challenge to their defenders physically. So the ball's just going to keep coming back, whereas Richie's keeping them on their toes, he's forcing them back, and you need that. Every team needs this. You know, I always remember Liverpool always said defending starts from the front. And remember how Ian Rush used to close down centre-back so quickly. And that's what you need. It's really what you need. This does remind me of Oldham, by the way. You're 100% correct. And we won that 2-0, didn't we, that day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, for anyone that cares, Barcelona have just won 1-0 in their game. Lewandowski scoring for what feels like the 600th time in his career. In the other game, it is Man United 0, Crystal Palace 0. In Germany, it's Frankfurt 0, Wolfsburg 0. And then, of course, we've got Arsenal versus Man City for the 4:30 game. Sav, I've said this. I think Jed Spence is a better fullback than Udogie. When people keep saying to me, but Udogie's out injured, I think Spence is better than him. make of that what you will. I think he's more consistent, and Spence doesn't give the ball away as much. Another game, Ian, where Son, Kulu, they do some decent things, but it's neither of them hold the ball up. They give it away so often.
You're going to need the legs of Sarr and Bergvall in the second half, particularly last 20, 25 minutes.
I agree.
You're definitely going to need that in.
No, I completely agree with you. By the way, who's in my ACCA? Well, Fiorentina are in. They went 2-0 up. So when you go 2-0 up on Bet365, the bet's done. I've got Frankfurt. I've got Man United. So at the moment, Man United are 0-0 with Palace. I did say, though, this was a bit of a stretch today's ACCA. And then I've got Manchester City. So it's a big ask, this ACCA today. Listen, let me know in the chat, people. Jed Spence, I think for me, when everyone's fit, he's got to play right or left back. I don't care which one. I think he's a better, hear me out, defender than Udogie and Porro. I'm not saying he's a better footballer. I think he's a better defender. And for me, what I like about him is, as well as defending, he does try and drive into that middle of that park when he gets the ball. I like him. I think he's good.
He's probably the best fullback we've got at the club. Porro and Udogie are wing-backs. They were bought as wing-backs and weren't bought as full-backs. That's the difference. And that's why, you know, so nice to see a proper full-back at Tottenham in that back four under Ange. And he's doing his job. I mean, it's not easy, you know, against the right wing. You know, they're playing a lot down the right wing, Brentford, and Spence is standing up to it. He's doing well. He can't win every single one. And there have been one or two crosses coming across. But by and large, he's done brilliantly. Someone's put Scott M. Spence is crap. Okay, I think.
No, he's not. See, Scott, this is where
Scott likes to moan. If Scott's not criticising, he's not happy. He's happy. Leave him be happy. He's happy because he's criticising. He's having a dig.
He's not crap. Listen, do I think he's the greatest player I've ever seen? No, but he's not crap. That's just. No, Scott. I can't do it. I
think he might be winding. I think he must be winding up.
No. He
cannot be that uneducated at football, Scott. So he must be having a wind up. Honestly, keep overrating crap.
Hang on, Scott.
Why don't you go and watch another club? Seriously, go and watch another club. I've never heard you say anything nice about Tottenham ever. The odd thing, Son is okay. That's all you've ever said. Seriously, Scott, go and watch another club. Do us all a favour. Honestly, you should do. You're not happy with Tottenham. You criticise them constantly. You knock the players constantly in all the comments, whether it's on Stell's WhatsApp group or whether it's on here. Go and support another club, please. Do us all a favour.
Look, I don't listen. I'll be honest. I don't think we should tell anyone to support another club.
No, he's not Tottenham, is he? He's not Tottenham.
No. But what I would say is, Scott, listen, you know me. I am the least biased Spurs fan I know, right? But I think when a player plays well, by the way, Bergvall is stripped, ready to come on. But when a player does well, we can say it. Me saying Spence is a decent footballer doesn't mean I think he's amazing. But I think he's the better defender than both Udogie and Porro. But look, let's move it away from that. Scott, listen, I've got no problem with you, man, but come on, he's not crap. Come on, I think that's a bit silly. Look, they did just show Bergvall stripped, ready to come on. They've now gone to another advert in true Sky Sports fashion. But who would you say is going to come on for? What do you reckon? I don't know yet. Who do you reckon?
What I think they'll do, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull Richarlison off, push Sonny in the middle, push Kulu wide, and bring Bergvall into midfield.
Well, we're about to find out. Listen, Lubo, I'm going to kick you off.
I'm going to shoot. I'm going to go and watch downstairs and watch it. I'll catch you later. Come on, you Spurs.
Right, thank you very much.
Let's get the 3 points for Christ's sake.
Yeah,
I'll see you later.
See you, mate. Listen, in the chat, Scott is definitely a Spurs fan, so please all calm down with your thing. Scott, I do think you went a bit over the top there, each to their own. Let's get back to the game. Bergvall is coming on for Tottenham Hotspur. I will let you know. I'll tell you what I'm going to... Oh, I need a wee so badly. I won't, though. Bergvall is coming on for I'm going to let you know very, very soon. Bergvall is coming on for, and if you haven't subscribed, please do. Bergvall has come on for Mikey Moore. That doesn't surprise me, if I'm completely honest. It doesn't surprise me. I didn't think Mikey Moore had a good cameo, had a good time there at all. If we're going to be brutally honest, I don't think he had a good first half. If we're going to be honest, but that's just me. So the second half is going to get underway. Can Tottenham hold on for 3 valuable points? It would be our second win in 12 games. This is really important. By the way, they're underway at Old Trafford as well. Still Man United 0, Crystal Palace 0. So lots going on today. Tottenham are going to get us off and underway. Here's Bentancur. He takes the kickoff and we are underway. Come on, Spurs. Let's get a second and let's get this game done. Here's Brentford. They've cleared it high and long, cleared by Archie Gray, but given away. And Archie Gray gets another chance to clear it into Kulu. He can't control the ball. And there's Damsgaard with another great ball. He started the second half out, finished the first. And Buemo, one-on-one with Spence, cuts in, falls over, but still got it and gets it to Visser. We just did enough there to stop the attack. But Brentford in the ascendancy. The ball back out wide to, I think this is Ayer. The ball going. So Brentford have got the ball. I agree, Phil Coys. We don't always agree. I agree. I didn't think he had a good game at all, if we're honest. Anyway, Damsgaard, who is having a good game, tackled really well there by Basuma. And now Spencer's got the ball on the left, and Spence plays it back into Basuma, who loses the ball. Spurs dispossessed in the midfield. Here's Visser, and thank God, thank the footballing gods for Visser's bad touch, because they were in there. And again, it was Basuma's turn this time to give the ball away. Got to stop doing it. Got to stop doing it. And it's a free kick out on the left wing for Brentford. It's a free kick. Yeah, I know. I need a wee so bad. I'll have to wait till full time. But I get it. I think with Moore, I think people need to relax. He is 17. He's going to take time to develop and grow. And too many people, every game I see before the game, more brace, more hat trick. And it's like, slow down. Slow down. Like, just let him ease in. He's 17 years of age. Anyway, here's a free kick. Out on the left-hand side, everybody again is on the edge of the Spurs penalty area. Spurs have 8 bodies there. Brentford have got 8 bodies there, 6 bodies there to match them up. So the free kick looks like it's going to be whipped in by Mbuemo. It's very deep into the penalty area. Won by Spurs, only as far as, I think this is Keane Lewis Potter. He's going to whip it all the way in. It's gone all the way back to Damsgaard, who can't keep it in. And it's a goal kick to Tottenham. So Tottenham, can we see out this second half? Can we, again, I always think with Moore, just let him grow. Let him grow. I think too many people say, he's going to be this, he's going to be that. I think we've got to let him grow and learn before everyone pretends they know how good a player is going to be. Some players, you can see it. Look at Lamau of Barca at 16 and look what he was doing to fullbacks. That's different. Sharda brings the ball down well. Then the ball goes out to him again and he couldn't keep it in. It's all happening. It's all happening. So Spurs have got a really good chance here to get themselves 3 points. Just nothing silly. A throw in for Tottenham on the right-hand side. Here's Porro. Come on, Spurs. Surely, as fans, we deserve 3 points on a Sunday evening, don't we? Don't we all deserve one evening where we can go, phew. Yamal, he is now 17. When he got into the first team for Barcelona, he was 16 years of age. There's the ball out wide, and Buemo brings it down, can't keep it on, and Jed Spence sees it out for a throw into Tottenham. He takes it quick to Ben Davies. And the ball's gone back to Kinski. He fires the ball long down the pitch. Won again by Brentford, flicked on by Brentford. And Damsgaard plays in a good ball to Mbuemo. He plays it across. And really good defensive play there by Bentancur, who did, this is what I mean. Bentancur did all the good work and then gives it away. It is so frustrating. Everything good is followed by something poor. Here's Sonny running at them. He's running. He's got 2 players to take on. He cuts in. He goes out. He's still got it. Still turning, and then does too much, and they've taken it off him quite easily in the end. Bentancur did brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly to get back and stop a tap-in, and then gives it away with his next pass. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, here's Kinski. He rolls the ball out wide to Davis. This is going to be 40 minutes for, and Brentford win the ball back again. I really need a wee. Do you reckon I can get away with going for a wee? I'll be about 30 seconds. Please don't leave me. Apologies. I doesn't look like I've missed anything. So I can see that Sharda had an attack, whipped the ball to the back post all the way over everyone, and Spurs live to fight again. Yeah, bottom of the table. Anyway, Tottenham Hotspur are winning 1-0 at Brentford. So we've got something to hold on to. For me, I don't even think a draw's a good result. We've got to get 3 points at some point. As Brentford run through our midfield like it's not there. The ball's gone back out to Kevin Sharda. You get the feeling they're going to have a lot of attacks here in this second half. Can Spurs hold on? There's the ball whipped over to the back. It's a really good ball. And Mbuemo brings it down, lays it off. The ball is dinked to the back post. Saved by Kinski. Cleared by Spurs. Sharda's got a shot high and wide. And again, Spurs panic in the box. Panic in the box there. Kinski with the low down save. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. So the ball by Mbuemo into, I think it was Janel, who whipped it in. And Kinski, for me, again, he's got to do better than that. For me, he's palmed the ball weakly right back in front of him. And I think as a top keeper, you've got to push it wide. I know he's young, but this is the guy playing for us. And then Sade, luckily for us, Poro cleared it to Sade, and his ball went high and wide, and another let off for Tottenham Hotspur. So at the moment, Spurs still winning this game. And you can understand why I'm skeptical, because Spurs have a real big tendency to lose games when they're winning. And again, the ball given away this time by Bergval. Again, we've got to stop giving the ball away. We really have. Here's Damsgaard, cuts in, whips the ball in, flicked on. I thought it was 1-1. I'll be honest, I thought it was 1-1. Should be 1-1. It should be 1-1 here. Again, Damsgaard, Sharda, these guys are calling us issues. Damsgaard whipped it in. Sharda, let's have a look at this again. Damsgaard whips it in. Sharda flicks it on, and Visser from about 4 yards. I might be doing him a disservice here. Nope. From about the edge of the 6-yard box has tapped it over. We are very lucky again. Very, very lucky again there, Tottenham. It should be 1-1, and we've got away with one. It got away with one. No, Mark, no. Every keeper, look where he pushes it. Look where he pushes it. He just you've got to out wide. That's what keepers are taught. Here's Tottenham with Jed Spence, and the ball's gone out for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. I'll tell you what a big miss from Visser. Is this going to be our day? sometimes when those sort of things happen, you start to think, don't you, will this be our day? We need a win, because that was a terrible miss. Now, can we capitalise? Brentford having all the ball this half, though. There's the ball played in. They've given that one away, though. And Bentancur straight into Kulu. Kulu, can he finish? Buries it. Side netting, really poor. Again, he was fed in brilliantly. It was a poor ball out by Brentford. Bentancur played a really good ball down the right channel. Kulu, for me, didn't even work the keeper. I think you've got to go low and hard. Or you've got to pull it back. I don't think you can be caught in a halfway house. And Kulu did neither and went straight into the side netting. But Brentford are having all of the football this half, and we're going to have to make some of those counter-attacks mean something as Brentford win another throw on. Visser goes to take it quickly. Reezy, if it's difficult angle, don't take the shot on. I know you're incapable, Reezy, of being critical about anything, but when it's a difficult angle, you've got to weigh up and go, do I pass or do I go low and hard? He went for the, for me, wasted. Brentford having all the football now. You would expect that. You really, really would expect that. And Spurs are going to have to deal with a lot of these balls coming into the box. Everyone knows, get balls into the Spurs box. There's another ball to the back post. It's gone, and Kinski does well. The ball was high, floated. He should have dealt with it. He did deal with it. Good hands that time. And Tottenham only have 35 minutes to hang on. And I know that sounds bad, but they are having a lot of the football here. But can we grind it out? That's what we've got to do. Again, we've given the ball away again, and Brentford have got the ball back. This time it goes all the way back to the goalkeeper. He goes out wide to Aya, and the ball's played into the midfield. Spurs pressing, but Brentford deal with it this time. And then Basuma does excellently. Great work from Basuma to win it. I just give up. Again, he did exactly what Bentancur did. He did all the hard work, and then the easy pass, he gives it away. And now Sharda down on the left wing. Brentford are coming again. Everything down Porro's wing. They've switched it now to the other side. Everything, though, is going down Porro's wing. Here's Mbeumo on the other side. Lays it back. The ball is whipped in to the middle. Cleared this time. Only as far as I think that's Van der Berg. And they're going to go again out to this right, the right-hand side this time. The ball's gone into Mbeumo. Mbeumo now whips it in. Blocked by Jed Spence. And it's a throw-in to Brentford. But the second half has started how we really thought. I don't think they are having a bad day. I think they're all over us, mate. I don't think they are having a bad day, mate. They just haven't finished. There's a big difference. Can Spurs get the 3 points that we desperately, desperately need? But again, Basuma there, he just did brilliantly. And then gives it away, and you're like, what's happening? The throw-in flicked on, cleared by Spurs, only as far as Sharda, who's going to whip it in. Is he? No, he goes back to, I think this is Norgard. The ball now sweep to the back post, headed down into the path of Visser, who's on the left-hand side. Visser lays it back. Damsgaard again whips another good ball in, cleared by Tottenham, given away by Richarlison. And Spurs are dealing with a lot of balls into our box. And Damsgaard is absolutely brilliant. Here's Visser. He dinks it in. It's gone all the way over everybody. And it's out of play for a goal kick to Spurs. And this is going to be real back to the wall stuff. This is going to be back to the wall stuff. Wow. Who said Disasi is done? Who said that? Let me know. It's like a curse at Spurs to give the ball away, isn't it? But everything now is being won in the midfield by Brentford. But now Bentancur can lay the ball off to Bergvall, who we haven't really seen get into the game yet. It's kind of passed him by so far. But Son passes it back to Bentancur. Bentancur into Basuma. Brentford have got everybody back behind the ball. Spence plays it out wide. It's too slow for me. Too slow for me for the build-up play. It goes out to Kulu. And the number of times we pass the ball back to the centre halves. Here's Basuma, though. Gives it to Bentancur. Can we speed this up a little bit? It's gone out wide to Kulu. Kulu lays it back to Bentancur. Porro, can he keep the ball in? He does. Kulu's got it. He's running through. He's laid it off. But behind Bergvall. Bergvall shot just wide. Oh, his shot was just wide. A real chance for Spurs. Real chance for Spurs to go 2-0 up there. Kulu did well this time. He held on to the ball. Good footwork. Lays it back to Bergvall. Oh, he's that far wide. Should have, for me again, I think he's got to do a little bit better there. In the Man City Arsenal game, I'm just looking to see what the team news is. David Raya does start for City. Marmoush does start for Manchester City. No De Bruyne for Manchester City. He is on the bench. Anyway, let's get back to this game. Here's Brentford coming down the line again. They get lucky with a ricochet. And now Kevin Schade is pushed over by Bentancur, and it's a free kick again on the left-hand side. And again, this game, I think, is going to be a lot of Spurs counter-attacking, but Brentford are having the sustained pressure at the moment, and they've won a free kick in a dangerous area on the left-hand side of the pitch that you would think Mbuemo or Damsgaard will whip this in. So, free kick to Brentford. Spurs have navigated the first 15 minutes of the second half. We've got to, that little bot. We need to keep a clean sheet. We need to keep a clean sheet. We've got to. Anyway, here's Mbuemo and Damsgaard over the ball. I don't think they're going to go short. It looks like they're going to whip this in like every other ball that they put into our box. There's whipped in by Damsgaard. The referee, as he's calling to, I think they're going to take it again. I think the referee is calling over Schade and Richarlison. It sounds about, Richarlison loves getting involved in scraps, doesn't he? So Richarlison and Schade get given a talking to, and now they're going to take it again. At the moment, singularity, that's what we need. I'll take the ugly win. The thing is, an ugly win's good if it's ugly, but if an ugly performance turns into a draw, bad times. Crystal Palace are 1-0 up. The cross comes in. Nothing given for Brentford. Damsgaard with a volley down, and it's hit the Spurs player and gone out for a corner. Crystal Palace 1-0 up at Man United. Crystal Palace 1-0 up at Man United. So for the moment, that doesn't change the Premier League table from a Tottenham perspective. We are still 14th, but that will mean that Man United go below Crystal Palace. I'm sure VAR will do something. I'm not watching the game. But Crystal Palace are winning 1-0 at Man United. Back at the G-Tech, it's a corner kick. Damsgaard whips it in to the centre of the box. The header goes all the way over, cleared by Jed Spence again. And Brentford are going to win that first ball, and they're going to come again. Spurs are having to defend for their lives here. We have been under the cosh. Here's Mbuemo, runs at Spence, and Spence gets the tackle in, and it's a throw-in to Brentford. And look, we've dug in. Can't say we've not dug in, but at the moment, 1-0s are tough, aren't they? So Crystal Palace 1. I don't know who scored the goal. Anyone in the chat can let me know who got the goal for Crystal Palace. That would be amazing. Oh, Mateta. Just seen it. So Mateta scoring again. Mateta having a good year again for Crystal Palace. Here's the ball from Brentford. Whipped in. It's cleared this time by Tottenham. And Tottenham got a chance to break, but Sonny gives it away. And now Richarlison is fouled. And it's a free kick to Tottenham. Why is it whenever Richarlison goes down, it's literally like he's been shot? It doesn't. He never goes down and gets straight up. He goes down and he's like, oh, like, come on, get up, mate. Anyway, Tottenham are edging ever so slightly closer to that much needed 3 points. Kinski rolls the ball out to Archie Gray. Archie Gray back to Kinski. Nothing silly, Spurs. Nothing silly. Now Spurs, Richarlison with a poor ball, and it's a throw into Brentford. So here's the ball by to Aya into Collins. Collins is going to go across to Van den Berg. As he no, he goes all the way back to the keeper. The keeper now plays it out to Collins. Back to the keeper. Yeah, listen, that's what he does. He runs his arse off. He's not a good footballer, but he works hard. Now Brentford have beaten our press, have they? Yes, they have. But no, Basuma does well. And then we give the ball away again. And then a great tackle by Ben Davies to win it back. And then we've lost it again. Oh, my gosh. We've lost it again. Here comes Kevin Schade down the left-hand side. Their left-hand side, our right-hand side. And Spurs have got bodies back, and it slows down a little bit. Here's Brentford on the right-hand side. This time is Mbuemo again. And Mbuemo, he's standing up Spence. He's going to run it. Is it? No, he lays it off. The ball's whipped in, and it's off Ben Davies, who does well for a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. The ball was cheeky little ball played down the channel by Mbuemo, and Aya whipped the ball in, and Ben Davies, so I think he's had a good game today, Ben Davies, cleared it. Brentford are about to make a substitution on the 65th minute. It looks like Janelt is coming off. So Janelt is off. Janssen is on. I shouldn't see that this changes anything, really. They're pretty similar. This shouldn't really change anything. And it's going to be a corner kick. Spurs digging in, desperately trying to get over the line. This would be a really bad game not to win now. But it's a corner kick to Brentford. 24 minutes plus injury time to go. The corner is going to be whipped in by Mbuemo into the centre box. The penalty box cleared. Now given away, and then they've given it away. Lots of giving away, have you noticed, in the Premier League. Now the ball over the top to Kulu. Can Kulu? He lays the ball into the path of Son. What can Sonny do? He goes one more to Richie. Richie on the left-hand side. Oh, it's so poor. It's so poor. Candy from a baby. And now Mbuemo can run down the line, and the ball goes off Basuma for a throw-in. Again, Spurs had bodies over, and Richarlison is just too lackadaisical, not good enough on the football. Anyway, Tottenham are bringing on Papa Sarr to try and consolidate here. Papa Sarr is coming on, and it's going to be Basuma who goes off. He's done a lot of work today, Basuma. And now Sarr is going to have to step in and back in. We need Richie back in form. When's he ever been in form? Anyway, the Arsenal team, by the way, is Raya, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, and Lewis Skelly. A midfield of Odegaard, Partey, and Rice, and a front three of Martinelli, Havertz, and Trossard. Man City are Ortega in goal. A back three of Stones, Akanji, Vardial, Nunes, Silva, Kovacic, Savinho, Foden, Marmoush, and Erling Haaland up front. That's the half-4 game. And they're getting again behind Porro. Getting in behind Porro has got to be the easiest thing in world football, isn't it? They've now got the ball out wide. They've had a shot. Wow, you're not going to score like that, mate. Janelt. Sorry, not Janelt. Janssen. About 40 yards out, lined up his shot, and it was more like a conversion. At the moment, Spurs are getting that 3 points by a hook or by crook. We've worked very hard today. I'll give them that. We've dug in. We've worked hard. But still 22 minutes to go. Brentford now have got more shots, more possession in the game, but we've got the goal, and that's what counts. Here's Visser. He's going to play in Mbuemo. Is he? No. Visser's still running. Visser puts the ball across. It's fallen, and Sarr clears it. And Tottenham live to fight again. God, hard work being a Spurs fan. It is Keane Lewis Potter on the left-hand side. Goes into Norgard. Norgard to Janssen. Back into Norgard. He lays it off to Van den Berg, who gives it to Collins. Collins goes one more all the way out to Mbuemo on this right-hand side. And Mbuemo into Collins again. Here's Mbuemo. Spurs have got bodies behind the ball, which is important. We've got to stay switched on. There's the ball that's taken out 2 Spurs players. And Mbuemo dinks it down the line, and it's gone out for another corner. They've had a fair few corners. Daz, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, Daz. Don't jinx it. Come on. Surely we can hold on. We need something good to happen. We need something good to happen, surely. Surely Spurs can hang on for 3 points here. Brentford have been pushing and pushing and pushing and prodding and probing. Here is, I feel like we're going to get counter-attacks, though. Here is Mbuemo from a corner. Mbuemo whips it in to the back post, and that's gone over everyone. Bentancur, is he going to see it out? He's trying to, and he has, I think. He has. He's done excellently there, Bentancur. Really good work, and it's a goal kick. Bentancur, for me, very hit and miss as a player. I think he does some fabulous stuff and then some really bad stuff. Match stats, 30 crosses from Brentford, 6 for Spurs. 30 crosses from Brentford. Wow. And we've done well to deal with a lot of them. And we got very lucky on the Vissel one. So Tottenham Hotspur now launch the ball down the pitch. Won by Brentford again. Bergvall not really got into this game at all yet, has he? Really not got into this game. Porro launches the ball forward. That's a good ball into Porro. Porro's going to run, and again, Richie he's just not good enough. I'm sorry. Technically, his hold-up play, his passing, he's a very, very poor footballer. He'll score in a minute now, I've said that. I lap it up. I've got no idea who this is. Let's block that person. That's a troll. If I've ever seen one. Great defending by Spence on Mbuemo. Great defending there by Jed Spence. Done really well. Now here's Bentancur, and he loses possession of the ball in midfield, then wins it back. Again, that sums up Bentancur in 5 seconds. Something bad, something good, or something good, something bad. Nah, Reezy, he's crap. Nah, he's crap. Sorry. He's always been crap. Here's Brentford again. Damsgaard plays the ball over the top. This is going to need some good defending from Spence. He's done really well again. Jed Spence. How anyone cannot say he's a good player. He's done really well there. Now Kinski rolls it out to Ben Davis. He plays it into Sarr. I don't like it when Sarr has the ball deep. Here's Spence. Davis again. Into Richarlison, into Son. Sonny loses the ball far too easily again. He loses the ball there. And then the ball's gone out wide, out for a throw-in to Brentford. Sonny just too weak on the ball. Too many weak footballers. And it looks like Aya has cramp. Aya's got cramp, but he's got back up. Fair play to him. He's got straight back up. Stretched himself out. He's got up. And now one of our players has gone down with cramp, it looks like. Is that cramp? By the way, anyone who likes the darts, Luke Littler's just been knocked out of the World Masters. For anyone that likes the darts. Yeah, Sonny and Richie just far too weak for me as footballers. Far too weak. Anyway, here's Coyote. Looks like he's going to come on for Brentford. So Spurs are getting there. We're getting there and getting there and getting there. We're slowly creeping to the 90 minutes. Come on, Spurs. We need a night where we go, phew. Don't we? We need a calm night where we can all go, phew. And this game could be it. Here is Brentford. They're prodding. They're probing. At the moment, they've got no way through, but they are dominating as the ball goes back to, here's Collins. Collins is going to sweep that ball forward. Good ball into the path of Visser. Gray's holding him up. Visser's one-on-one with Gray. And then Spence again. He's had a good game, Jed Spence. Comes over, covers Gray and gets the ball out for a corner kick. I agree with both of those statements. Still in the other game, it's Man United 0, Palace 0, but Brentford here on the attack. Here's Mbuemo, digs a cross out, cleared by Bergvall. Not the best of clearances, and Brentford have got the ball again. Looks like this ball's again going to go to the back of the area, headed over. One in the air by Spence, only as far as, I don't know who that is, but here's the ball in to Damsgaard. Damsgaard lays it back to Mbuemo. Mbuemo, again, lays it back one more. And there's a ball into Damsgaard. Good defending by Porro, sorry. And here's Damsgaard again. Goes to Jensen. Spurs we're hanging on. We're hanging on here. There's the ball over the top. Good by Spence. And Mbuemo's shot is sliced. He sliced it so much that it went out for a throw on the other side of the pitch. Not Mbuemo's finest moment, but good for Tottenham Hotspur. And Coyote is going to come on for Aya. So I believe, isn't this their new signing? I think this is their new signing. For me, this will be a bad game now to not win. We've done this much work. But we've got to hold on. Okay, Adrian. Okay, I don't know who said not back in the team. I like it. When people are saying just back the team, aren't we all sitting here saying, come on, grind out a win? I don't understand people like Adrian. Anyway, there's the throw in by Spurs. Brentford have won the ball back immediately. Then they've played the ball into Mbuemo. He goes one more to Coyote, whose first touch gets the ball across. And Ben Davis, who's had a good game, clears it for a corner kick to Brentford. They've had a lot of corners. Brentford getting on a few sets of fresh legs here. Coyote getting straight into the action, whipping in another cross. How many crosses? How many more can we withstand? At the moment, it's been a very dogged performance needed. A very much needed dogged performance. Here's Mbuemo, corner for Brentford. Whips it in, left-footed. It's gone all the way through. It's cleared. It's fallen to the feet of Jensen. Back to Mbuemo. Back to Jensen. He steadies. Whips it across. Cleared again by Sarr. Oh, I tell you, how many crosses have we had to withstand here? Fair play. We've defended very well today. And we're pinned back in our own third. And we are defending the crosses well. Here is Coyote on the right-hand side with a throw-in. We need these 3 points, Spurs. We need these 3 points. The ball is going to be thrown in by Coyote. A long throw, really long throw to the penalty area. And it's flicked on into the arms of Kinski. And Spurs are 13 minutes away from 3 massive points. I would say massive just to keep it. Let's be honest, this 3 points is just to keep us looking respectable in 14th. But what it would do is move us 7 points outside the top half of the table. I agree. I think he's the best defensive fullback we've got. Dane Scarlett is coming on for Richarlison. Dane Scarlett is coming on for Richie. About time. I think Richie's worked hard, but I think he's been really, really poor with the ball. Savva, support the team. Don't back them at all with it. Didn't you just say this, Adrian? Right, let's block that guy. We can see them a mile off the trolls these days, and he's blocked. You're out of here. In the other game, it's still Man United 0, Crystal Palace 1. Now, what that means for the table is Crystal Palace will move on to 30 points in 12th, 1 point behind Brentford, and Man United will have 29, then Spurs on 27. So lots could change, but at the moment, as it stands, it is Brentford 11th, Palace 12th, United 13th, Spurs 14th, West Ham and Everton 15th and 16th, but with a game in hand on everybody else. Wow. Right, here we go. Archie Gray tries to dink a ball forward. Easily cleared again by Brentford. And then sliced forward again by Gray. Papasar wins the ball. Heads it over to Scarlett. And It was going to be a free kick, but the refs allowed play to go on, and Tottenham are edging closer. We're edging closer, people. We're edging closer. Come on, Spurs. We've got 11 minutes in injury time. Just nothing silly. Oh, just nothing silly, please. The ball goes out wide. This is where I get nervous as a Spurs fan. Here's Keane Lewis Potter, and the ball is cleared for a throw-in. Spurs have 48 clearances to Brentford 7. We've dug in. I can't fault them on effort today. Can't fault them on effort. Here's, is this Coyote? Coyote, it looks like he's the long throw guy. Coyote's going to throw this ball long. We've dealt with everything they've got in the air so far today, but we've got to switch on for the next 10 minutes. The ball is flicked on to the edge of the box. The volley way high over the bar by Keane Lewis Potter, and we will take that all day long. Thank you very much, my friend. I keep seeing this. I just think he's crap. I know we keep hearing about this injury. I've always thought his touch is crap, his hold-up play is crap. I just think he's a crap footballer. I'm sorry. But, hey, we've got 10 minutes left. Spurs, can we hang on for a gutsy 1-0? We needed something gutsy. We've got it so far. Credit to the boys for this performance so far. But 10 minutes plus injury time. Nothing silly. Get a t-shirt at my face saying nothing silly, Spurs. There's the ball won by Coyote. Headed back in by Sarr. Coyote heads it down. Goes back to his keeper. And the keeper swipes it long. And then, yeah, Spurs give the ball away again in midfield. And now Damsgaard can go through. Can he? No. Really good play by Bentancur. Bentancur done very well there. Really good play that by Bentancur. Gives it to Bergfowl, who I've not really noticed, if I'm honest. Goes out wide to Jed Spence. Keeps the ball on. And Spurs have got a bit of a chance here to just relieve some of the pressure from our own goal. The ball goes into Ben Davies. Now out wide to Archie Gray. Back into Ben Davies. Into Bentancur. Nothing silly. I just start to panic at this sort of time. Here's Kinski. Kinski strikes the ball forward. And Coyote wins it in the air and brought down by, flicked on by Mbeumo, only as far as Sarr. Sarr now gives it to Spence. Spence to Bergfowl. Bergfowl to Bentancur. Back into Bergfowl. He goes back out wide to Spence. Here's Archie Gray. Sweeps a long, high ball into Kulu, but Kulu couldn't take it in his stride, and the ball has been won by Brentford again. Swept forward. Misjudged by Archie Gray, you would say. And Spurs have lost the ball. That was poor from Gray. Now Mbeumo running at them, but we've won the ball, and then Sarr with a cheeky little trick on the edge of the box gets away from his man, and the ball goes back in, and it's played back into Sarr. So Spurs trying to kind of not run down the clock, but just keeping an eye on things would be the right expression, I think. Here's Spence. He's going to drive forward, is he? He's pulled back by Mbeumo. The refs allow play to go on. Here's Son, left-hand side, step over, pulls the ball back, cleared by the Brentford player for a corner kick. And it is still 1-0 to Tottenham Hotspur. We are edging and edging and edging closer. Edging. Freezy is so easily pleased as a football fan, isn't he? He's so easily pleased. I love it. Fair play to you, mate. Fair play to you. You're so easily pleased. Here's Son with a corner kick for Tottenham. Brentford have got most players back in the penalty area. The corner whipped in, flicked on, cleared, and it's gone back to Sonny on the left-hand side. Is he going to take it right-footed? No, he plays it down the line to Kulu, whips it in, and it's gone just over everybody. It was he had a bit too much on the ball. A little bit too much on the ball. Scarlett was throwing himself at it, and he just couldn't get there. Oh, just couldn't get there. And now Carvalho is coming on for Norgard for Brentford. So Brentford 0, Tottenham 1. Absolutely for me, Spence is my man of the match. I think he's been very good again today. I said it before. I don't think we miss a Dogie. When people say, oh, but a Dogie's injured, I don't think a Dogie's that good. Just my opinion. Here's Brentford at the back here, trying to get him down the line. But Spence again has blocked brilliantly there. He's done really well. He's done really well, Jed Spence here. Now into Bentancur to Bergvall. Looked like he was, the short was slightly past. The pass was slightly short. I'll get there in the end. But we dealt with it. And now Keane Lewis Potter goes back to the keeper, who goes out wide to Collins. Collins goes one more to Coyote. Coyote now is going to try and drive through, is he? He is. Fresh legs, driving through, plays a good ball out wide to Keane Lewis Potter. Keane Lewis Potter is driving forward, still going, giving the ball to Sade. Sade lays it off to Keane Lewis Potter, who's got Porro one-on-one. Porro wins the one-on-one and then can't quite keep the ball in. So Tottenham have 5 minutes to hold on to what will be an invaluable 3 points. Listen, you could say Brentford have been the better team, but we have defended very well. We always defend better when we're not playing gung-ho. Always defend better. He's not been terrible. I think he's made a couple of things that make me go, ugh. But here's a throw-in. We've still got a job to do. By the way, Man United 0, Palace 1 is still to score. The ball's flicked on. It's off the line by Spence. Off the line. It looked like they were going to get an equaliser. The long throw was bobbling around, and now Tottenham have got a counter-attack. Scarlett running forward. What's he got? Oh, really poor, but the ball does manage to get its way to Kulu. Looked like they were going to equalise there, but Jed Spence off the line, definitely my man of the match. I agree. I think he's miles. I think he's much better than Udogie. I don't think Udogie's a good defender. Anyway, the ball is back. We've got 4 minutes. Hold on for 4 minutes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I try my best. We've got 4 minutes. All right, Bergvall. The ball was played out to him by Kinski, and Bergvall slipped and just about managed to complete the pass. And now Tottenham can come through the midfield with Bentancur driving through the middle, plays the ball out wide to Son. He's got Spence on the overlap. Sar's gone through the channel. Sar 2-0. Tottenham have nicked it. We're going to win a game for the first game in 8. Praise the Lord. Tottenham with the counter-attack. Sar was played in through the channel. Dinked 1-0 through the keeper. 2-0. And Tottenham Hotspur at last have 3 points. With a dogged performance and a counter-attacking performance. Please do this more often. The ball went into Son, played a perfectly weighted ball, and Sar outside of the boot, round the keeper. Great goal. Tottenham Hotspur 2, Brentford 0, and now we've finally got a win. And Crystal Palace have got a second goal as well. But Sar has shored up the win here at Brentford, and a much-needed win with a couple of very difficult away games. But Tottenham counter-attack looks so much better than the horseshoe football. Please, Ange, please play counter-attacking football. Tottenham 2, Brentford 0. Let me change the score. There we go. And Spurs, for all of Brentford's attacking and corners and crosses, Spurs are going to hold on. Oh, relief. We've finally managed 3 points, our first league win since Southampton away. Tottenham, 2 minutes now. We're not going to see from here. There's Daniel Levy up in the stands. Again, no face, no expression from Daniel Levy there. There's another ball whipped in and another clearance. I tell you what, we've done very, very well at the back here, withstanding all the crosses that have come in. Really good dogged performance. Really good dogged performance here. And the counter-attack goal just topped it all off. We've rolled our luck, but that's what you need sometimes. And now Kulu couldn't quite take that ball with him. And now Brentford are going to come again with Carvalho. Carvalho plays the ball through. He's giving it away. And again, the Mateta with the goal. Arteta with the Mateta with the second Crystal Palace goal. Here's Brentford, though, trying to get back into it, and they've won a free kick on the edge of the area to the right-hand side. It should be too little too late at the moment, though. They'd have to a miracle to get back into this. But Man United look like they're going to fall to a 2-0 defeat. Very, very good defensive performance today. Gray and Davis and Spence, I think, have been brilliant. Give them that. I think they've been absolutely brilliant. Porro, not so much. He hasn't done too much wrong, but again, a lot comes down his wing. But I do think Spence is my man of the match, and I think Davis and Gray have played very well. It's been patchy in many areas, but right now we are or were in relegation form, relegation battle. You've got to get a win by hook or by crook. And at the moment, we're going to. We are into injury time now. I can't imagine there'll be more than 5, maybe 4. I can't imagine that there will. And Spurs, just please, Spurs, hold on. 4 minutes. And there's a free kick that sums up Brentford's day. The ball was whipped in by Mbeumo, and it was whipping and high and high and high. But again, they're showing the moment the ball was flicked on, the overhead kick via Carvalho, and Spence cleared it off the line. A great player today. Great performance today from Jed Spence, and Sky have given him man of the match. I think he's been really good when I've seen him play this season. I think he's been really, really good when he's played this season. For me, I think he's better than Porro and better than Udogie as a fullback. I agree, Mark. Since we stopped playing that high line, first 20, 30 minutes, they got over the high line. When we sit in a bit more, they don't have it. They don't concede the silly goals. I just think it's so obvious. I do. I really, really do. But Tottenham have got 2.5 minutes here. Jed Spence, well done, mate. Really, really good performance from him. Terry has said amazing the difference when both fullbacks stay back a bit and defend. Again, we've all said stop inverting the fullbacks. And I think Gray has been, Gray and Davis have done really well and look better today for me when the fullbacks are with them. Look much better than we're with them. But look, the key thing for me is, this was fundamentally had to be a win. 1 win in 11. We couldn't have 1 win in 12. You can't. You simply can't have 1 win in 12. That's nearly a win. 1 win in the third of the season. Agreed. When we don't play handball, it's better. So if he keeps doing this, great. Anyway, there's the corner goal kick taken by Brentford. They look down now. I think they've gone. They look gone now. And there's a minute and a half left. The goal has given us a lot of confidence. And now there's Bergvall with Son to Sarr, back into Spence. He goes back to Davis, who knocks the ball long into Scarlett. They're looking across and it's offside. I thought he was offside. I did think he was. Our fans, we are funny. Just relax. Demetrius said, don't forget me, Savva. I predict to win on Thursday, and you faithless guys will change your tune when all the players come back. Demetrius, it's funny because when we lose games, I don't see you in the chat saying these things. It's really silly. I think you've got to grow up a little bit, Demetrius. These faithless fans, you mean the fans that are watching us 14th in the Premier League table? I mean, you've got to, give over here. We're 14th in the Premier League table. Just enjoy the win. It's a good win. Yeah? It's a good win. There's the ball down the line to Coyote. They've got 30 seconds to score 2 goals. Not going to happen. I've been impressed with how organised they've been. They've huffed, they've puffed. They just not been able to break through what's been a very stubborn Spurs performance today. And we've not seen enough performances like this. We've not seen enough dig-in performances. There's the ball over to Mbeumo. He's going to lay it off to Coyote. He whips it in. It's gone all the way back to Sade, and Bergvall can clear it. And they've won the ball back. I think the whistle's going to go any moment now for a very valuable 3 points. The ball's whipped in, headed over the bar by Sade. That should be that. And the whistle has gone. Tottenham with a very valuable 3 points. It was squeaky bum time for a lot of the second half, but we got there in the end. We got there in the end. We got the win. A really good second counter-attacking goal by Papa Sarr. And we really, really stuck in there. Ben Davies giving a really good performance. Look what it means. Look at Porro's face. A clean sheet. 3 points. Our first win in 8 Premier League games. Much, much needed. Tottenham Hotspur, well done for today, lads. Very much needed. And I think we can all agree a massive, massive sigh of relief after 7 games. Wow. Demetrius again, mate, if you're going to be silly, it's the first of many. Last year, they had a good first half of the year. This year, it'll be a good second half. Well, we're already deep into the second half of the season, mate. So I'm not really sure what you're going on about. But listen, I do think when we get silly people like Demetrius, the relief on the players' faces, the relief on the fans, the relief on the manager's face at full time. Hang on. You're wrong. It's bench. Oh, dearie me. Hang on. Somebody sending me statuses. Hang on. What's somebody sending me here? Hang on. I know all this. Kevin Danso. What's all this about? Kevin Danso is joining Spurs Online. The centre-back will wear the number 4 shirt and will be available to face Liverpool on Thursday night if his work permit is sorted by then. So it looks like Danso can play on Thursday. 3 much-needed points. Oh, let me stop the clock. That's not true, is it? So Tottenham have got there in the end. I am shattered. Listen, Demetrius. We'll talk again in the season. Sure, cool. We'll talk in the season. I don't know what you think is going to happen between now and the end of the season, mate. We're 14th in the Premier League. Just relax. What we've got to do is go, right, we've won that. You've got to win the next one. That's what we've got to do. We've got to win this and then kick on in the next game and win that. Can't be one win. But for the moment, what are we doing? European progression. Tick, avoid relegation, tick, Liverpool, European progression. These guys crack me up, honestly. These guys, honestly, you would think, Cam's here. When we've been losing lately, Cam's been nowhere to be seen. Cam's been nowhere to be seen. Absolutely hilarious, these people. They crack me up. Listen, as Spurs fans, we've got to be very happy with that. First win in 8 Premier League games. I said before the game, we have got to win by hook or crook, and we did. There were patchy moments, but we defended really well. Gray was superb. Spence was superb. Gray and Davis, I thought, did a really good job getting their head on everything. And it was a dogged performance. There's nothing wrong with a dogged performance. We've needed more dogged performance. So for me, good performance. Now, can we kick on? Can we kick on from that? I say this after every win, and we never bloody do. So can we kick on for this? I know lots of people do what they normally do. They see a Spurs win and then they just go, see, we've turned the corner with it. Cool. Let's just enjoy that 3 points, right? This, Dan, absolutely, Danny. Sometimes you have to win dirty, and we did. That was very much needed. Now, 2 big games coming up. Liverpool away Aston Villa away, 2 big away games that are going to be the difference between cups or no cups. So this is going to be really, really important. That would have taken a lot out of the players. So now I guess it's just nursing VDV through the next 4 days of training, not too intense, getting him ready for Thursday night. For me, I will say it though. And again, video complete. Frank's done a wonderful job with the budget he's got for years. This is, when you're saying he's overrated, look at the job he's done at a tiny club. This is where people get very, very silly. This is where people get very silly. Cam, what people are asking you, Cam, is when we've won 1 in 8 league games. You've not been in. You never come in when we lose. We're here. Win, lose, draw. I'm here. You only come in when we win. It's embarrassing, dude. Spence was class. I agree, Ellie. I think Spence was brilliant. I think Spence is our best fullback. Yes, Brentford are a small club. I didn't say tiny. They're a small club. He's done a very good job at a small club for many years. I'm not sure why that needs to even be debated, does it? He's done an excellent job. Brentford were in the Championship. He's brought them through, kept them up year after year, got some good league finishes. What's wrong with that? I don't actually understand. Guys, I do apologise. We have started to get a lot of the trolls that only come out when Spurs win. It's really, really sad that we've had to do that. But listen, I'm not letting that take away from what was a very good 3 points. Now, Man United 0, Palace 2 is a full-time score. And again, Crystal Palace, another manager I really like in Glasner. That's 1, 2, 3. Bear with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2 defeats in 13 for Glasner at Palace. Doing a really good job. Yet again, really good manager. I really like him. Nicholas Nichols has said great result, but this doesn't leave it. No. Look, Nicholas, I think what you get in football is you get fans that are consistent, and then you get fans like Cam, Reezy, these people that they just don't, when you say Ange will turn me, I've seen nothing to suggest that in 19 months. So no, I don't think he will. Lubo, I'm knackered. Lubo, really good defensive performance.
Oh.
I thought we didn't play well from a footballing perspective, but what a gutsy defensive performance. Spence, Gray, and Davis, I thought were excellent.
Yep. Terrific. Absolutely
Really
superb. He's crap, that Jed Spence, isn't he, eh? He's crap.
I tell you what, I've said it all season. He's better than the other 2 defensively.
Oh.
Look how much joy they had from the left wing, getting crosses. And then look how little joy they had from the right wing on Spence.
That's right. You go and get yourself a proper left back, play Spence right back. He hardly inverted the fullbacks today at all.
Agreed.
Which was
Agreed.
So much better. So, they look like a unit. We're not what there weren't wide open. There weren't wide open gaps down the wings for them to push and Bueno and Whistle through. That's absolutely superb.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Cam, one more, you're gone. Cam, listen, the reason people are getting on your back, mate, is when we've been losing lately, you'll never hear. And then you come in and start calling people who've been fans for a long time fake fans. You've admitted many times you're not a real Spurs fan. So please just calm down. For once, Lubo, wouldn't it be nice for once for us to all turn around and go, huge sigh of relief, much needed 3 points, and we move on? Wouldn't it be lovely?
And we're 10 clear of Leicester now.
Oh, as I said, I've never thought we're going down.
There we go. Scott M says it all about Spurs fans. We're
look, Scott, I agree with you on the 14th bit, which is why I don't ever get excited when we win a game, right? But I think the thing is, mate, I think everyone can see Jed Spence has been really good this year when he's played. Jed Spence is a very good defender for me. I'll take it back. There were times when I was saying Lubo. For the last few years, I said, well, hang on, there must be a reason people are loaning him out. But we also said, we want to see him. And he's come in. I think he's a proper defender. I think he's normally the right side of his man. He's quick. He gets the tackle in. He drives forward well. For me, he should be either our full-time right back or full-time left back. I don't care when the Udogie gets fit. He has to play for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen a comment up there that's flicked off saying we were lucky. We weren't lucky. There was nothing lucky about. There we go.
We worked very hard.
They were that you earn your points, and today we did. They worked bloody hard. They were everywhere. I can't remember Brentford having too many shots on goal. How many saves did the keeper make? A couple. That's all.
Yeah.
Hardly any saves at all. Yeah, Dr. Brentford.
Listen,
there you go.
We defended. We defended brilliantly. And listen, again, I stick to my word, Lubo. I'm someone who said I want to see a performance like that, where sometimes it's not all pretty passing, not all having all of the football. And we knew in the second half, we knew it was going to be backs to the wall, and it was. Sure. But we defended. I thought Davis, by the way, today in the air was brilliant. And that's not something I associate with Ben Davis, but I thought he was brilliant. I thought Archie Gray looked very calm alongside him. I thought he did really well. Spence was brilliant. Going forward, and in the forwards in the midfield, I didn't think there was anything really to crow about. But that wasn't where the game was going to be won today. We had to defend. I can't knock it. I'm not going to knock it.
We've criticised the way that Postecoglou sets the team up, and this gung-ho kamikaze high line. And we nearly got caught in the first half with the high line. Didn't happen again after that. And, to go and dig a win out like that, this is how decent teams win games. This is how you go away from home. You get 3 points. Doesn't matter if you're under the cosh. Doesn't matter if you got 25% possession. It's all about balls in the back of the nets. And that's the only stat that matters at the end of the day. And we got it. We won 2-0.
Yeah.
Terrific. Just, bring on Liverpool.
Listen, do you know what? It was so important. It was listen, this is our first win in 8, Lubo. Right? For me, God. This is a few moment. Do you know what I mean? This is a moment, because you can't lose every week. You've got to stop the rot. We've done that. Now we can park the league for a couple of weeks, can't we? We can park the league. Yeah. We've got 2 massive games coming up. Question is, what happens Thursday? Because Van der Ven and Danso are going to be available. Do you straight away take out Davis and Gray and go straight into VDV and Danso?
You can't play 2 players that have never played together.
Do you think?
Really?
Okay,
can you?
Not you. What?
Not ideally. Not ideally. What does he do?
Yeah.
Cool. Who knows? What do I do based on Ange's, the way he operates? I would imagine he will start with Gray and Van der Ven, and he'll have Danso on the bench, because it's,
You think he'll start with Gray above Davis?
Yes, because Mickey's left-sided. I think you'll start with.
But it's experience.
I think you'll play Van der Ven instead of Davis, because they're both left-footers.
Okay. So you think you'll go for one who's a better kid and not a centre back, and one who hasn't played football for months?
Otherwise, you play one of them on the wrong side, and if you see and centre backs that play on the wrong side.
Straight in.
If you remember Dragusin at Fulham last year, he played him on the left side of Romero, and he looked very uncomfortable because he's right-footed.
I agree, but my point is, you've just signed Danso, right?
Yeah.
Surely he goes straight in for a game like this, doesn't he? Surely.
No, I don't think so. I don't see it. I don't see it. So a game of that magnitude, no. Don't see it. This is a massive game for Spurs. Semi-final, second leg. You're probably going to play Newcastle in the final. Probably, not definitely. And Yeah, I thought, and I thought Porro had a much better game today as well. Worked hard, lost the ball a couple of times, but grafted, got back quickly. Was never really out of position too much, like it has been. We've been exposed on Porro's side time and time again. Rather than the left, thought Porro did okay. Porro did all right.
As I said though, this was reminiscent, not to the level at all, but this was almost a little bit reminiscent of the Man City game on a lower scale. And what I mean by that is, in the Man City game, we had to face a lot of crosses into the box, a lot of possession for the other team, counter-attacked. And in that game, the two fullbacks didn't bomb forward. I genuinely think, like you said, if Ange, but it can't be every other game. It can't be every 1 in 5 games. If Ange dropped these stupid inverted wing backs every game, I genuinely think we're a much better unit. I would praise Ange, right? If between now and the end of the season, he dropped it completely with the inverted fullbacks and playing 2 at the back essentially, and realised, you know what? When we sit in, we can grind. I'm not saying you have to go 10 men behind the ball, but in certain games, realise that you can see out a win like that. I would praise him for that. My problem is, after the Man City game, all I heard was, see, and just learn. He's adapted. And then we went right back to type. And that's my worry, Lubo. It will be difficult to see it against Liverpool because Liverpool are going to press us in our own half anyway. Sure. I'm talking about games like when you're playing a Fulham or a Leicester. These are the games where I think stop inverting. But we'll see. We'll see. More of that.
That's great. Just excellent. To come away from Brentford, who are the leading goal scorers in the Premier League at home as well. They scored 28, I think, to our 27. And we got a clean sheet. There can't be, I don't know, are there any other games that Brentford haven't scored at home this season? Maybe the odd one. The Arsenal won there, didn't they? But I still think
2-0, 2-1, Arsenal won there, didn't they?
Yeah. But apart from that, no, this massive result. This is when you take everything into account, that we haven't won since Southampton. It's the first win in 8, away from home. Dropped from after we beat Man City, we were 4 points off second place. That's all we were. And since the 23rd of November, we've dropped that far that we were 16th. So in terms of results, this is probably as good a result as any bar Man City away this season. I think I'd classify this as our second best win all year. So yeah, massive, just massive for Spurs.
So just to put it in perspective, that's our first win in the Premier League for 49 days. It was huge.
Yeah, massive.
And this is why I know what happens, Lubo. I know when we win a game, people in the straight away you get Angie, it's brilliant. I'm like, whoa, 1 win in 49 days. Let's use that. I say this every time, Lubo. I say this every time. Great win. Let's now use it to steady the ship and move forward. I'm not talking about Villa and Liverpool, but the next 3 or 4 league games, let's use it now to build a bit of momentum. Win 3, draw 2. I don't know. Win 4, lose 1. Just let's have a 5-game period where we're not going like that over our shoulder. That's all I ask for at this stage of the season.
Well, we got United at home, Ipswich away, Bournemouth at home, Fulham away, Chelsea away. They're the next 5.
Yeah.
So
some tough games. Some tough games. See, this is where just relax. Okay, just relax. When you're saying Brentford, no mugs, of course. But this is 1 win in 8. It's got to be more than 1 win in 8 for people to change their minds on a manager. We've got to see. Everyone knows my word, Lubo. Consistency. Consistency is all we ask for as fans, isn't it?
But it's got to start from the manager before anything else. For the last comment, like Ange, when he plays these inverted fullbacks and he piles people up and they're flying up the pitch, as we saw when Basuma lost the ball at the Emirates. Porro's nowhere. Spencer's gone for a run because Basuma should have played him back in. and would have been counter-attacking nicely there, but he didn't. He lost it. The fullbacks are out of position. No one's covering. There's no six, and Arsenal went and got what turned out to be the winning goal. He has when we play a more pragmatic game, we come away with good results. And you have to wonder why Postecoglou can't see this, why he thinks he is going to lose face, because this is what it is. Instead of actually putting your hand up and saying, do you know what, this actually works. I've realised this is the Premier League. It's a level. It's a level above anything else I've played. I've had a look at a year and a half. I've had a look at the league. I've seen what I can do and what I can't do. I've seen what the players can do and what they can't do.
Yes.
This is what we're going to do from here on in for the next 4 months. And that's what he's got to do. And if he's got the brains, and I'm no genius and I can see that, if he has the brains to actually think that and act accordingly, then I would hope, I genuinely think that with the right system and players coming in at the right time and being lucky with injuries and refereeing decisions, there is no reason why we cannot go very deep in the Europa League. I really think that's.
No, but mate, I completely agree. And I think, look, the key thing for me is, do you know what else a win like today does, Lubo?
Cool.
It squashes this argument of, well, we can't win any games because we've got injuries. You can. If you set up your team well, you can. I'm not saying with injuries you're going to win 8 out of 8. But this is what Bournemouth have done with their injuries. They're very well drilled and well organised. Today, we were that.
Yeah.
I want to see that regular. But I'm not saying I want to see it under the cosh every game. But you know what I mean, Lubo? Like, look at that defending today compared to Leicester exactly 7 days ago. Chalk and cheese, how it was set up.
Oh, totally.
Right? Now, as a football fan, I'm saying, okay, the next game, which one of those am I going to see? Am I going to see Leicester defending or am I going to see Brentford defending? And that, for me, is why I need to see what has he learned long-term, or is this just every now and then he sets the ego aside? And that's why at the moment I'm not with him. That's why I'm not with him at the moment.
Because he never does learn from it. That's the problem.
Exactly.
We all said this after the City League Cup win. We said this after the City League win, and nothing actually happens. And he goes back to the same old way, and it doesn't work. Surely the fact that he was 16, surely he's not stupid enough to look at that league table and think, I might be doing something wrong here. I might need to change something.
Yeah.
Give Ange some time, he will get there. Well, hopefully he will get there by learning. But if he carries on the way he's going, he'll get his P45 pretty quickly.
I completely agree. And by the way, China Racing, I think everyone's relieved. I think when you say never happy, it's relieved.
We are delighted. I can't believe it. I was so happy when that second goal went in. It was like,
mate, it was a relief.
Amazing.
See, the thing is, China, what you've got to understand, China, is this is our first win in 8. For me, this was a thank gosh we've got over the line in a game. I think when people say happy, I think I'm never going to look at Spurs sitting at 14th in the table, 1 win in 8, and say I'm happy. I just won't. Am I happy we won today? Bet your bottom dollar I'm happy we won today. But, Tottenham Hotspur should never be 14th in the table with the players we've got. And as I've said, when people talk about injuries and getting these people back, you've got to remember, look how well we defended today without the players that people are telling me, wait till those players come back. Let's be fair. If everyone's fit, Lubo, Gray, Davis and Spence aren't playing, right? Those 3 were exceptional.
I think Spence should now be playing, definitely.
No, I know, but no
question. And I push Porro forward. That's how I do it.
Yeah, but Lubo, that's not my point. My point is, Ange doesn't do that. When everyone's fit, 3 of that back 4 that was superb today wouldn't play. So when people say, now imagine we had this player back to kick on, sure, but those guys today weren't the problem. Those guys coming in today playing in defence weren't the problem. I actually think Spence, Gray, Davis have not been the problem throughout this injury crisis. No. I don't think they have. I think, as I've said a million times, the tactics have been the problem during this injury crisis. Today was what you want to see. That's what we should have done, Lubo, when we've gone to these tough away games. That's what you want to see. Sit in, work hard. I thought Basuma and Bentancur did a very good job of both sitting in, working hard. Yeah, they gave it away a bit, but working hard, and we broke. That, for me, is where we are. That's what we should be doing until we get, Lubo, sorry for the rant, until we get better midfielders that can put their foot on it and control games of football. That's what I think we need to do. And they got it spot on. Ange got it spot on today.
I think what showed you the difference in how our performances have been in terms of controlling games, if you look at that, there were 16 passes, I think, from Kinski to Sarr putting the ball in the back of the net without Brentford touching the ball. That you had total control. Players were moving into space, picking the right passes, making the right decisions, making the right runs, and that's what you want. That was the most fabulous team goal.
Yeah,
just brilliant. Just brilliant. One of the best goals I've seen from Spurs for a very long time.
Really good. Really good.
And a great run from Sarr at the end.
Just TV, as per usual, Ange won't get zero credit for this win. I think everyone's just giving him full credit. He changed it today. Today was... But do you know what I've always said, Lubo? I'm pretty sure that when I speak into this microphone, something different goes out into the world. Listen, we just sat there and said, yes, bang on, got it right. Let's see that again. Not every game, but Mark, agreed. Today he learned. Today. Can we now convert that to more often than not? Tottenham Hotspur with these players, I've said it again, should not be 2 wins in 12, 1 win in 8. We shouldn't be. Injuries, yes. But how do you think the teams at the bottoms of the table every year grind out results with lesser players? They work hard. They fight. And today I thought Spence, Gray and Davis, they're my three today that I thought were excellent. They dealt with everything.
Do you think the players also looked at it? Because they've got to take major accountability this season as well. It's not just Ange's fault with the system. As I keep saying, the players today were making the right decisions. They weren't making stupid, unforced errors. And that's what they've been doing through the season, making bad, unforced errors. And today they didn't. There was a real step up in terms of errors and mistakes. Second goal was fabulous. That was great.
No, I agree. And I think Matt, when you're saying that second goal was really good football, it goes to show that really good football doesn't have to be 80% possession in a game, flying forward. That for me was brilliant. Sit in, defend, sit in, defend, boom, counter-attack, win the ball, goal. It completely took the wind out their sails, and it came at a moment where Brentford was starting to whip more and more balls in the box. They were starting to overload. We were starting to look leggy, and that goal was brilliant. It just took the sting out of the game. Look, Lubo, I don't want to go on too much more because we're going to talk tonight, and I do want to go and watch. Do you know what? More than anything, I want to eat. I want to watch the Man City Arsenal game. We're going to be back at 7:30. Myself, Lubo, Johnny, Mikhail, and possibly one other. Maybe James Flower's going to join us as well for the Spurs review. And Lubo, it's going to be a Spurs review for the first time in bloody ages.
Brilliant.
We can talk about winning a game.
How good that feels.
So, yeah. No, Alexi. I'm not even getting into it. Right. Guys.
By the way, can I just say, Sav, can I just say, think back, guys, to the squad Conte had. Took us from 9th to 4th, scored more goals than any other team from November to May, apart from Man City. That's Conte ball. And he took, but Danso will be eligible subject to work permits.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Conte took us to 4th when he left. If we'd have held on to that 3-1 lead at Southampton, we'd have been 3rd that day. So let's not, and we're happy because we've gone from 16th to 14th. So just remember where we were with Conte before people criticise Conte ball. Okay, the guy is a winner. He's won at every place he's been at, and everybody here was delighted that when he joined, because we need winners at the club. We haven't got any winners at the club, and he is a winner. So remember that.
Well, look, we are going to go tonight, and we've got things to talk about. Yes, Disasi has rejected Tottenham. Disasi has rejected the chance to come to Tottenham, and he must be happy to stay at Chelsea because Chelsea have no intention to negotiate with Villa. So Disasi at the moment looks like he's not going to Villa or Tottenham, and Marcus Rashford to Aston Villa. Here we go from Fabrizio Romano. We'll cover all of these things later. Lubo, thanks for joining me before, during, and after the game. I am going to go. I am absolutely starving. Take care, everyone, and let's hope that Man City can beat Arsenal. Oh, hang on. My bad. Michael Ayandokan has said a performance with a bit of fight. Nice to see. Bang on, Michael. Absolutely. I've got nothing negative to say about that performance. You know, from a where we are, much needed win. Thank you very much. And Mari, big up to you, Mari. Please go and subscribe to Tottenham Away. I said, can't believe we actually grinded out a victory. Mari, I think the fact that we're all surprised we did shows that we need to do it more. Big up to you. Take care. As always, I'm going to give Ange a pass today. Levy out. Enoch out. But come on, you Spurs. We'll see you at 7:30.